Ever feel like life is just one big roller coaster, tossing you up and down without a break? Trust me, you're not alone. We've all had those days where it feels like the universe is playing a joke on us. But what if I told you there's a way to take control, to find calm amidst the chaos? Enter Stoicism, the ancient philosophy that's all about keeping your cool, no matter what life throws your way. In this video, we're diving into 50 Stoic rules that can seriously help you get your life back on track. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, or just trying to find a bit more peace, these timeless principles have got you covered. Let's jump in. Number 1. The fortress of focus. Imagine your mind as a vast, sprawling castle. At its core, there's a fortress, the fortress of focus. This fortress is your sanctuary, your stronghold, where distractions are banished, and clarity reigns supreme. But keeping this fortress intact and impregnable isn't just about throwing up walls. It's about understanding how to fortify your mental defenses with intention and practice. Alright, let's picture this. You're sitting down to work, and your phone buzzes. A notification here, a ping there. Before you know it, you're lost in a sea of memes, tweets, and cat videos. Sound familiar? We've all been there. But building your fortress of focus is about creating an environment where these distractions can't breach your walls. First, let's talk about the moat. In medieval times, castles were surrounded by a moat, a watery barrier to keep invaders at bay. For us, our moat could be setting boundaries with our devices. Turn off non-essential notifications, use apps that limit your screen time, or even put your phone in another room while you work. These small steps can create a significant barrier between you and the distractions that sap your focus. Next, think about the walls of your fortress. These aren't just any walls, they're thick, solid, and unyielding. In the realm of your mind, these walls are built from routines and habits. Establishing a routine is like laying brick after brick. Wake up at the same time, dedicate specific hours to deep work, and take breaks at regular intervals. This consistency strengthens your mental walls, making it easier to slip into a state of focus. Inside these walls, there's the keep, the heart of the fortress. This keep is where your deepest focus and creativity reside. To protect this inner sanctum, we need to practice mindfulness. This doesn't have to be anything fancy, just a few minutes of deep breathing, meditation, or even a walk in nature can work wonders. By regularly practicing mindfulness, you train your mind to return to the present moment, no matter how chaotic things get outside your fortress. But even the strongest fortress needs vigilant guards. Your guards are the intentions you set and the goals you pursue. Clear, specific goals act as a guiding star, keeping your efforts aligned and your distractions minimized. Every time you sit down to work, remind yourself of your larger purpose. Why are you doing this? What do you hope to achieve? This clarity acts as a constant guard, steering you back whenever your mind starts to wander. Another layer of defense? Simplicity. In a world obsessed with multitasking, embracing single tasking can be a game changer. It's like having a clear, straight path leading to your fortress gate, no detours, no distractions. Focus on one task at a time, and do it with all your might. When you concentrate your efforts on a single task, the quality of your work improves, and you complete it faster, leaving you more time for other things. Lastly, let's not forget the importance of rest and recovery. Even the most formidable fortress needs maintenance. Burnout is the enemy of focus. Ensure you're getting enough sleep, eating well, and taking time to relax and recharge. When you're well rested, your mind is sharper, and your fortress stands stronger. In the grand scheme of things, your fortress of focus isn't built overnight. It takes time, effort, and a lot of patience. But with each brick you lay, each moat you dig, and each guard you station, you're creating a mental environment where distractions can't thrive. You're crafting a space where your mind can operate at its best, and that, my friend, is a powerful thing. So, the next time you sit down to work, visualize your fortress. Strengthen your moat, reinforce your walls, guard your keep, and most importantly, take care of yourself. With time, you'll find that the fortress of focus isn't just a concept, it's a reality you can live every day. Number 2. Perceiving the world. Imagine, for a moment, you're an artist. Not the kind that paints or sculpts, but an artist of perception. Your canvas, the world around you. Your brush, the way you choose to see and interpret what happens. It's all about perspective, my friend. First off, let's talk about the power of perception. It's wild, really. Two people can look at the exact same situation and see it completely differently. One might see a challenge, while the other sees an opportunity. One sees a setback, while the other sees a stepping stone. It's like wearing a pair of glasses that tint everything you see. The lens of Stoicism, though, is all about clarity, seeing things as they truly are without the fog of emotions and preconceived notions. So, how do we start perceiving the world through a Stoic lens? It begins with a fundamental shift in how we process our experiences. Instead of immediately reacting to something, take a step back. Pause. Give yourself a moment to breathe and assess the situation. This tiny pause is like the artist stepping back from the canvas to get a better view. It's here, in this space, that you can start to see things more clearly. Now, let's get a bit deeper. Imagine you're watching a play. The actors on stage are performing their parts, each with their own emotions, conflicts, and resolutions. As a member of the audience, you can enjoy the play without getting swept up in the drama. You see the plot unfold, but you remain detached. Stoicism teaches us to approach life in a similar way. Be an observer of your own life. Watch the scenes play out, understand the roles and motivations, but don't get lost in the theatrics. The next part of this secret is understanding that your perception shapes your reality. It's not what happens to you, but how you interpret it that matters. This is where the real power lies. If you see every inconvenience as a disaster, your life will feel like a series of catastrophes. But if you see them as minor bumps on the road, suddenly, the journey becomes a lot smoother. This shift in perception doesn't change the world outside, but it transforms your experience of it. Ever notice how a cloudy day can make you feel gloomy? But if you shift your perception and see the clouds as a cozy blanket covering the sky, your mood changes. It's the same day, the same clouds, but your perception makes all the difference. This is what Stoics practice daily, reframing their experiences to find tranquility and wisdom in every situation. One of the coolest things about perceiving the world through a Stoic lens is the sense of control it gives you. When you realize that you can choose how to interpret events, you reclaim a sense of power. No longer are you at the mercy of external circumstances. Instead, you become the master of your inner world. You decide what everything means, and that, my friend, is incredibly liberating. Remember, this isn't about ignoring reality or pretending everything is perfect. It's about seeing things clearly, without the distortion of unnecessary emotions or irrational thoughts. It's about recognizing that while you can't control what happens, you can control how you perceive and respond to it. That's the essence of Stoic perception. So, start today. Be that artist of perception. Paint your world with the colors of clarity and wisdom. Step back from the canvas, observe the play of life, and choose to see things as they are. When you do, you'll find a sense of peace and resilience that's unshakable. That's the real magic of perceiving the world through a Stoic lens. Number 3. Emotional equilibrium. Alright, let's talk about emotional equilibrium. Picture yourself as a sailor navigating the vast ocean. Some days, the sea is calm and serene, while other days, it's a tempest, with waves crashing all around you. Emotional equilibrium is your anchor in this vast, unpredictable ocean of life. It's about finding that sweet spot of balance, where you remain steady no matter what the waters throw at you. So, how do we cultivate this inner balance? Let's start with the idea of understanding emotions. Emotions are like weather patterns. Sometimes they're stormy, sometimes sunny, but they always pass. Recognizing this transient nature is the first step. When a strong emotion hits, take a deep breath and remind yourself, this too shall pass. It's like a mental mantra that helps you ride out the storm without getting swept away. Another trick is to create some distance between you and your emotions. Imagine you're an observer watching your emotions from the outside. Instead of saying, I am angry, you say, I notice that I am feeling anger. This little shift in wording helps you see emotions as temporary states, not defining characteristics. You're not your anger, sadness, or fear. You're the one experiencing these emotions, and that perspective changes everything. Now, let's talk about the power of choice. Stoics believe that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. This is where your power lies. When a wave of emotion hits, you have a choice. You can either let it toss you around or decide how you want to respond. It's like being at a fork in the road. One path leads to reaction, the other to response. Choose the latter. Responding gives you control, reacting takes it away. Another cornerstone of emotional equilibrium is acceptance. This doesn't mean resigning to fate or giving up. It's about acknowledging reality as it is, without resistance. When you accept things as they are, you free yourself from the emotional turmoil that comes from wishing things were different. It's like letting go of a heavy burden and feeling lighter instantly. Let's not forget the importance of self-reflection. Taking a few moments each day to reflect on your emotional responses can be incredibly enlightening. Ask yourself, why did I react that way? What triggered this emotion? This practice helps you understand your emotional patterns and break free from automatic responses. It's like having a map of your emotional landscape. You know where the pitfalls are and can navigate around them. Mindfulness is another key player in maintaining emotional equilibrium. Being present in the moment, fully aware of your thoughts and feelings, without judgment, helps you stay grounded. It's like anchoring yourself to the present, preventing your mind from drifting into the turbulent waters of past regrets or future anxieties. Finally, let's talk about resilience. Emotional equilibrium doesn't mean you'll never feel strong emotions. You will. Life is full of surprises, after all. But resilience is about bouncing back, returning to your center after the storm has passed. It's like the ocean returning to calm after a tempest. Building resilience means practicing all these techniques consistently until they become second nature. So, next time you find yourself in emotional turmoil, remember you have tools at your disposal. Observe your emotions, create distance, choose your response, accept reality, reflect on your experiences, practice mindfulness, and build resilience. These practices are your anchor, keeping you steady in the midst of life's unpredictable seas. Emotional equilibrium isn't about eliminating emotions but learning to dance with them gracefully. It's about finding peace amidst the chaos, strength in vulnerability, and wisdom in every experience. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll navigate life's ocean with a steady hand and a serene heart. Number 4. Cultivating resilience. Picture life as this winding road, full of twists, turns, and unexpected bumps. Sometimes, it feels like you're cruising along effortlessly, and other times, you're hitting potholes left and right. Resilience is your shock absorber. It's what keeps you going, even when the journey gets rough. So, how do we build this resilience, you ask? Well, it starts with embracing adversity. Sounds counterintuitive, right? But here's the thing, resilience isn't about dodging the tough times. It's about facing them head-on. Think of adversity as a kind of workout for your mind. Just like lifting weights makes your muscles stronger, dealing with challenges makes your mental fortitude tougher. First off, let's talk about mindset. Ever heard the saying, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger"? There's some truth in that. When you encounter setbacks, view them as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. It's all about flipping the script. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" try asking, "What can I learn from this?" This subtle shift can change everything. Now, let's get a bit deeper. Imagine you're a tree in a storm. The wind is howling, branches are breaking, but your roots? They're digging deeper into the earth, holding you steady. Your roots are your core values and principles. They ground you, keep you stable. When life's storms hit, hold tight to these roots. They give you the strength to withstand any storm without losing your way. Another key aspect is flexibility. Think of a bamboo plant. It bends with the wind but doesn't break. That's what we're aiming for here, flexibility in the face of adversity. It's about adapting to change rather than resisting it. Life is unpredictable, and the more you can go with the flow, the more resilient you become. It's like being water, taking the shape of whatever container you find yourself in, yet remaining essentially the same. Let's also touch on the power of perspective. When you're in the thick of a tough situation, it's easy to get tunnel vision, focusing only on the negative. But zooming out, looking at the bigger picture, can be incredibly liberating. Ask yourself, will this matter a year from now? 5 years from now? Chances are, it won't. This perspective can help you keep your cool and see challenges as temporary hurdles rather than permanent roadblocks. Support systems are another vital piece of the resilience puzzle. Even the strongest among us need a shoulder to lean on sometimes. Surround yourself with people who uplift and encourage you. It's like having a safety net beneath you, ready to catch you if you fall. And don't forget to be that support for others too. It's a two-way street, and building connections strengthens your resilience. Lastly, let's talk about self-care. Yes, resilience is about facing challenges, but it's also about knowing when to rest and recharge. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? Take time for yourself, do things that bring you joy, and give your mind and body the rest they need. It's like sharpening your axe before you head out to chop wood, essential for maintaining your strength in the long run. So, there you have it. Cultivating resilience isn't a one-time thing, it's a continuous practice. Embrace adversity, hold tight to your core values, stay flexible, keep a broad perspective, build strong support systems, and prioritize self-care. These practices will fortify you, making you resilient in the face of whatever life throws your way. You'll find that, over time, the bumps in the road become less daunting, and your journey becomes all the more enriching. Number 5. Discipline of desire. Alright, let's talk about the discipline of desire. This is one of those Stoic secrets that really gets to the heart of mastering your mind. Imagine your desires as wild horses. Left unchecked, they can gallop off in all directions, dragging you along for the ride. But with discipline, you can rein them in, guide them, and harness their power to take you where you truly want to go. First things first, what exactly is the discipline of desire? It's about understanding what you truly want, not just in the moment, but in the grand scheme of things. It's about aligning your desires with your values and long-term goals. This isn't about suppressing desires or pretending they don't exist. Nope. It's about discerning which desires are worth pursuing and which ones are just fleeting whims that don't serve you. Let's break it down. We all have desires that pop up out of nowhere. Maybe it's a craving for a snack, the urge to binge-watch a show, or the desire to buy something shiny and new. These immediate desires are like the wild horses I mentioned earlier. They're strong and can be very persuasive. But here's the thing, Just because a desire is strong doesn't mean it's good for you. This is where discipline comes in. It's about taking a step back and asking yourself, is this desire leading me towards my goals or away from them? It's like being a wise gardener. You don't just let any plant take over your garden. You choose what to cultivate based on what you want your garden to look like in the future. Now, let's talk about how to practice this discipline. One technique is to develop a habit of pausing before you act on a desire. Just a simple pause. When a desire hits, take a moment to breathe and reflect. This pause is like a filter. It helps you separate the fleeting whims from the desires that are aligned with your true values and goals. Another important aspect is clarity. Knowing what you want in the long term makes it easier to discipline your desires in the short term. If you have a clear vision of your goals, you can use it as a compass. When a desire arises, ask yourself if it aligns with that vision. If it doesn't, it's easier to let it go. It's like having a North Star that guides your decisions. Also, consider the power of saying no. In a world that constantly bombards us with options and opportunities, learning to say no is crucial. Every time you say no to a fleeting desire, you're saying yes to something more meaningful. It's about making space for what truly matters. It's like cleaning out a cluttered closet. By removing what you don't need, you make room for what you love. It's also helpful to cultivate gratitude for what you already have. When you appreciate what you have, the constant craving for more diminishes. Gratitude is like a soothing balm for the restless mind. It helps you find contentment in the present moment, reducing the grip of desires that pull you away from your center. Remember, the discipline of desire isn't about becoming a monk or living a life devoid of pleasure. It's about finding a balance. It's about enjoying life's pleasures without becoming enslaved by them. It's about choosing desires that enhance your life and bring you closer to your goals, rather than chasing every fleeting whim. So, next time you feel a desire bubbling up, take a moment to pause. Reflect on whether it aligns with your values and long-term goals. Use your clarity and vision as a guide. Practice saying no to what doesn't serve you, and cultivate gratitude for what you have. By doing this, you're not just reining in those wild horses, you're guiding them towards a destination that truly matters to you. Number 6. Resilience through acceptance. Alright, let's talk about one of the most transformative Stoic secrets, resilience through acceptance. Picture life as this unpredictable roller coaster. There are ups, downs, twists, and turns that you never see coming. Sometimes, it feels like you're just holding on for dear life. But here's where acceptance comes into play. It's not about changing the roller coaster, it's about changing how you ride it. So, what exactly is resilience through acceptance? It's about embracing reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. When you accept things for what they are, you stop wasting energy fighting against them. It's like trying to swim upstream versus going with the flow. Acceptance doesn't mean you're okay with everything that happens. It just means you acknowledge it and decide to respond rather than react. Imagine you're caught in a sudden storm. You can't stop the rain or the thunder, but you can decide how you're going to deal with it. Acceptance is like putting on a raincoat. It doesn't stop the storm, but it helps you stay dry and move through it more comfortably. When you accept the things you can't change, you free up mental and emotional space to focus on what you can change. Now, let's break it down a bit more. One of the first steps in building resilience through acceptance is recognizing what's within your control and what isn't. The Stoics were big on this. They believed in focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and reactions, and letting go of the rest. It's like sorting through a pile of stuff and deciding to keep what's useful and discarding what's not. Another key aspect is letting go of the shoulds. You know what I mean, the things you tell yourself should or shouldn't be happening. These shoulds are often rooted in our expectations, And when reality doesn't match up, it creates frustration and stress. By letting go of these expectations and accepting things as they are, you reduce the mental friction and emotional turmoil. It's like dropping a heavy backpack you've been carrying around for no reason. Acceptance also involves embracing impermanence. Nothing lasts forever. The good times, the bad times, they all come and go. By accepting this impermanence, you build resilience. You understand that whatever you're going through, it's temporary. This perspective helps you ride out the tough times and appreciate the good ones even more. It's like watching the seasons change. Each one has its beauty and challenges, but they all pass in time. Now, let's talk about self-compassion. Accepting yourself, flaws and all, is crucial for resilience. We're often our harshest critics, but Stoic acceptance includes being kind to yourself. It's about recognizing your humanity, your mistakes, and your achievements. It's like being your own best friend, giving yourself the same understanding and support you'd offer someone you care about. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's not about resigning yourself to whatever happens. Instead, it's about facing reality with a clear mind and a calm heart, then taking action from that place of clarity. It's like a sailor who adjusts their sails according to the wind rather than trying to change the wind itself. They navigate better because they work with the forces at play instead of against them. So, how do you practice acceptance? Start small. Notice when you're resisting reality, when you're stuck in traffic, when plans change unexpectedly, or when someone lets you down. Acknowledge your feelings, then gently remind yourself to accept what is. Take a deep breath and ask, what can I control in this situation? How do I want to respond? Resilience through acceptance is a game changer. It transforms how you handle life's challenges, making you stronger, calmer, and more at peace. It's not about liking everything that happens, but about finding your balance no matter what. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll navigate life's roller coaster with more grace and inner strength. Number 7. Emotional agility. Imagine you're a surfer riding the waves. Some days, the ocean is calm and easy to navigate, but other days, the waves are wild and unpredictable. Emotional agility is your ability to stay balanced and ride those waves smoothly, no matter how choppy they get. So, what exactly is emotional agility? It's the capacity to understand, accept, and respond to your emotions in a flexible and constructive way. Think of it as mental gymnastics. You're not just reacting to every emotion that pops up. Instead, you're assessing the situation, figuring out the best move, and then executing it with grace. It's about being nimble, adaptable, and in control. Now, let's break it down. First off, let's acknowledge that emotions are a natural part of being human. They're like the weather, sometimes sunny, sometimes stormy, but always changing. Emotional agility starts with this simple recognition. You don't have to suppress or ignore your feelings. Instead, you acknowledge them, understand their source, and decide how to respond. It's like seeing dark clouds and deciding to carry an umbrella. You're prepared, not panicked. One key aspect of emotional agility is self-awareness. It's about tuning into your emotional state and recognizing what you're feeling and why. This self-awareness acts like a compass, guiding you through your emotional landscape. When you're aware of your emotions, you can make better decisions. You can choose to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. It's like having a map in unfamiliar territory. It helps you navigate without getting lost. Next, let's talk about flexibility. Emotional agility requires you to be flexible in your thinking and behavior. Sometimes, this means letting go of rigid beliefs and being open to new perspectives. It's about adapting to the situation rather than trying to force your way through it. Imagine you're a tree bending in the wind. You don't break because you're flexible. You move with the wind, not against it. Another important element is resilience. Emotional agility isn't just about handling emotions in the moment. It's also about bouncing back from setbacks. When you face a tough situation, emotional agility helps you recover and keep moving forward. It's like getting knocked down by a wave and getting back on your surfboard. Each time you get up, you become a little stronger and more capable. Now, let's not forget the power of mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you stay grounded. When you practice mindfulness, you're fully aware of your thoughts and feelings without being overwhelmed by them. It's like standing on the shore, watching the waves roll in and out. You observe them without being swept away. This awareness gives you the space to choose your response calmly and wisely. Emotional agility also involves self-compassion. It's about being kind to yourself, especially when you're going through a tough time. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling a certain way, you accept your emotions with understanding and care. It's like offering yourself a comforting hug during a storm. This self-compassion helps you stay resilient and bounce back stronger. So, how do you cultivate emotional agility? Start by practicing self-awareness. Pay attention to your emotions and the triggers behind them. Reflect on your responses and think about how you can handle similar situations better in the future. Practice mindfulness to stay present and grounded. And be flexible in your thinking and behavior, adapting to new situations with an open mind. Incorporating these practices into your daily life will help you build emotional agility. You'll find that you're better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. Whether it's a minor annoyance or a major life challenge, you'll navigate it with grace and resilience. Emotional agility isn't about avoiding emotions but about embracing them, understanding them, and responding to them in a way that supports your well-being and growth. Number 8. Reflective meditation. Alright, let's get into reflective meditation, a Stoic practice that can truly transform the way you think and feel. Imagine your mind as a calm lake. On the surface, it might get ruffled by the wind and the waves, but deep down, it remains still. Reflective meditation is like diving into that deeper part of the lake, where clarity and tranquility reside. So, what is reflective meditation all about? It's essentially taking a step back to look inward. It's a time to pause, ponder, and process. You're not just sitting in silence, you're actively engaging with your thoughts, examining them, and gaining insight. It's like having a conversation with yourself, but in a way that's more intentional and focused. Let's break it down. Reflective meditation starts with finding a quiet spot where you won't be disturbed. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just a comfortable place where you can sit and relax. Once you're settled, close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. This helps to calm your mind and body, setting the stage for deeper reflection. Now, think about a specific aspect of your day or a particular situation that's been on your mind. Maybe it's a decision you have to make, a problem you're facing, or an emotion you're struggling with. The goal is to explore this topic from different angles. Ask yourself questions like, why do I feel this way, or what are my options here? It's like peeling back the layers of an onion, getting to the core of the matter. One of the keys to reflective meditation is being honest with yourself. This isn't about sugarcoating things or avoiding uncomfortable truths. It's about facing them head-on with curiosity and openness. Imagine you're a detective, searching for clues to understand your own mind better. This process helps you uncover insights that might not be obvious at first glance. Another important aspect is non-judgment. As you reflect, try to observe your thoughts and feelings without labeling them as good or bad. Just see them for what they are. This can be tough, especially if you're used to being critical of yourself. But remember, the goal here is understanding, not judgment. It's like looking at a painting without critiquing it, just appreciating it for what it is. Now, let's talk about the benefits. Reflective meditation can help you gain clarity and perspective. It's like cleaning the lenses of your glasses, so you see things more clearly. You might discover patterns in your thinking or behavior that you hadn't noticed before. This awareness is the first step towards making positive changes. Additionally, reflective meditation can enhance your emotional resilience. When you take the time to process your experiences, you're less likely to be overwhelmed by them. It's like organizing a cluttered room. Once everything is in its place, you feel more in control and at peace. So, how often should you practice reflective meditation? There's no hard and fast rule. Some people find it helpful to do it daily, while others might do it weekly or whenever they feel the need. The important thing is consistency. The more you practice, the more natural it will become. To wrap it up, reflective meditation is a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It's a chance to connect with your inner self, gain insights, and cultivate a sense of calm and clarity. By making it a regular part of your routine, you'll find that you're better equipped to handle life's challenges with a steady mind and an open heart. Number 9. Mastering responses to external events. Next, let's dig into mastering responses to external events. This Stoic secret is like having a superpower. Imagine going through life, and no matter what happens, you're calm, collected, and in control. Sounds amazing, right? Well, the Stoics believed it's possible. It's all about mastering your responses to what the world throws at you. First off, let's get one thing straight. You can't control everything that happens to you. Life is unpredictable. One minute everything's smooth sailing, the next, you're caught in a storm. But here's the kicker, you have complete control over how you respond. And that, my friend, makes all the difference. Think of it like this, external events are like waves in the ocean. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. It's about riding those waves with skill and grace instead of letting them toss you around. The first step in mastering your responses is understanding this fundamental truth. Your power lies in your response, not in controlling the waves. So, how do you actually master your responses? It starts with a mindset shift. When something happens, good or bad, pause for a moment. Take a breath. Instead of reacting impulsively, give yourself a second to think. This pause is like a mental reset button. It gives you a moment to choose your response consciously rather than reacting out of habit or emotion. Next, let's talk about perspective. Stoics believe that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Imagine you're stuck in traffic. You could get angry and frustrated, or you could see it as an opportunity to listen to a podcast or enjoy some music. Same event, different perspective. By changing how you interpret events, you change how they affect you. Another key aspect is focusing on what you can control. You can't control other people's actions or the outcomes of certain situations, but you can control your own actions, thoughts, and attitudes. It's like being the captain of your own ship. You can't control the weather, but you can control how you navigate through it. This focus on what's within your control helps you stay grounded and reduces feelings of helplessness. Let's not forget the importance of emotional regulation. Emotions can be powerful and overwhelming, but they don't have to dictate your actions. When you feel a strong emotion, acknowledge it. Name it. Understanding what you're feeling is the first step to managing it. Then, decide how you want to respond. It's like being a thermostat rather than a thermometer. You set the temperature instead of just reacting to the heat. Another useful technique is reframing. This means looking at a situation from a different angle. Suppose you face a setback. Instead of seeing it as a failure, see it as a learning opportunity. What can you take away from this experience? How can it help you grow? Reframing helps you find the silver lining and keeps you from getting bogged down by negativity. Finally, practice gratitude. It might sound cliché, but it's powerful. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your mindset. you become more resilient and less affected by external events. It's like building a buffer that softens the impact of life's bumps and bruises. So, there you have it. Mastering your responses to external events isn't about controlling the world around you. It's about controlling the world within you. By pausing, shifting your perspective, focusing on what you can control, regulating your emotions, reframing situations, and practicing gratitude, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Imagine the peace of mind that comes with knowing that no matter what happens, you've got this. You're in control of your inner world, and that's a powerful place to be. Embrace this Stoic secret, and watch how it transforms your life. Number 10. Harnessing inner strength. Imagine for a moment that you have an unbreakable core inside you, a place of immense power and calm that you can draw from whenever you need. Sounds pretty cool, right? Well, the Stoics believe that this inner strength is something we all have. It's just a matter of tapping into it. First off, let's get real about what inner strength actually is. It's not about physical power or brute force. It's about mental resilience, emotional stability, and a sense of unwavering calm in the face of chaos. Think of it as the roots of a mighty tree. The branches may sway in the wind, but the roots hold firm, keeping the tree grounded and steady. So, how do you start harnessing this inner strength? It begins with self-awareness. Knowing who you are, what you stand for, and what your values are forms the bedrock of your inner strength. It's like having a roadmap for your life. When you're clear about your direction, it's easier to stay the course, no matter what obstacles come your way. Next, let's talk about embracing challenges. Life is full of them, big and small. Instead of seeing challenges as setbacks, view them as opportunities to grow stronger. Each challenge you face and overcome is like adding another layer of resilience to your core. It's like going to the gym, every workout makes you a bit stronger. Similarly, every challenge you face head-on builds your inner strength. Another important aspect is maintaining a positive mindset. Now, this isn't about being relentlessly cheerful or ignoring problems. It's about choosing to focus on the solutions rather than the problems. It's about seeing the glass as half full and finding the silver linings. A positive mindset acts like a shield, protecting your inner strength from the negativity that can drain it. Let's not forget the power of mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you connect with your inner strength. When you're mindful, you're fully engaged with what you're doing, not distracted by worries about the past or future. It's like tuning into a clear signal on the radio, cutting through the static. This clarity helps you stay grounded and centered. Gratitude also plays a big role in harnessing inner strength. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your perspective and boosts your resilience. It's like adding fuel to your inner fire, keeping it burning brightly. Take a moment each day to reflect on what you're thankful for. It's a small practice, but it can have a big impact. Self-compassion is another key ingredient. Being kind to yourself, especially when you're facing difficulties, nurtures your inner strength. It's like giving yourself a warm hug during a storm. Recognize that it's okay to struggle, and treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you'd offer a friend. Lastly, connect with others. Building strong, supportive relationships enhances your inner strength. It's like having a network of roots that interlock with others, providing additional stability and support. Surround yourself with people who uplift and encourage you, and be that support for others too. So, how do you put all this into practice? Start small. Take time each day to reflect on your values and goals. Embrace challenges with a positive mindset. Practice mindfulness and gratitude. Be kind to yourself, and nurture your relationships. Over time, you'll find that your inner strength grows, and you become more resilient, more centered, and more at peace. Harnessing inner strength isn't about becoming invincible. It's about recognizing that you have a well of resilience and calm within you that you can draw from whenever you need. Embrace this Stoic secret, and watch how it transforms your life. You'll find that no matter what life throws at you, you've got the strength to handle it. Number 11. Embracing wisdom. This is a big one, my friend. Wisdom isn't just about knowing a bunch of stuff. It's about understanding life on a deeper level, seeing the bigger picture, and making choices that reflect this insight. It's like having a superpower that guides you through life's complexities with grace and clarity. So, what does it mean to embrace wisdom? Well, it starts with a mindset of curiosity. Always be eager to learn, question, and explore. The world is full of lessons waiting to be discovered, and each day brings a new opportunity to grow. Think of yourself as an eternal student, never settling for what you already know, but always seeking to expand your understanding. Next, let's talk about humility. Embracing wisdom means recognizing that you don't have all the answers, and that's okay. It's about being open to new perspectives and willing to change your mind when presented with new evidence. Imagine wisdom as a flowing river. If you're rigid and stuck, you block the flow. But if you're flexible and open, you allow the river to guide you, enriching your life with its continuous stream of insights. Another key aspect is reflection. Take time to look back on your experiences and think about what they've taught you. This isn't about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it. Reflective thinking helps you connect the dots and see patterns you might have missed in the moment. It's like having a conversation with your past self, extracting lessons and wisdom that can guide your future actions. Listening is also crucial. Truly listening to others, not just hearing them, but understanding their perspectives and experiences, enriches your own wisdom. Every person you meet has something to teach you, if you're willing to listen. It's like collecting pieces of a puzzle from everyone you encounter, gradually forming a clearer picture of life's complexities. Now, let's talk about discernment. Wisdom involves making good judgments based on your knowledge and experience. It's not just about gathering information but knowing how to apply it effectively. Think of it as having a toolbox. Each tool represents a piece of knowledge or a skill you've acquired. Discernment is knowing which tool to use in a given situation to achieve the best outcome. Embracing wisdom also means embracing uncertainty. Life is full of unknowns, and that's part of its beauty. Instead of fearing uncertainty, see it as an opportunity for growth. Be comfortable with not having all the answers and trust that you can navigate whatever comes your way with the wisdom you've cultivated. It's like sailing into uncharted waters with the confidence that you have the skills to handle whatever you encounter. Patience is another component of wisdom. Sometimes, the best course of action is to wait and see how things unfold. Rushing into decisions can lead to mistakes, but taking the time to consider your options and the potential consequences leads to better outcomes. It's like allowing a fine wine to age, understanding that some things get better with time. Finally, let's not forget the importance of sharing your wisdom. It's not just about keeping it to yourself, but about passing it on to others. When you share what you've learned, you not only help others grow, but you also reinforce your own understanding. It's like lighting a candle. Your flame doesn't diminish when you use it to light another, instead, it creates more light. So, how do you embrace wisdom in your daily life? Stay curious, remain humble, reflect on your experiences, listen to others, exercise discernment, accept uncertainty, practice patience, and share your insights. Each of these practices will help you cultivate a deeper, richer understanding of life, making you wiser with every passing day. Embracing wisdom isn't a destination, it's a lifelong journey. It's about continuously growing, learning, and evolving. It's about seeing the world through a lens of understanding and compassion. So, embark on this journey with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch as wisdom illuminates your path. Number 12. The power of adaptability. let's talk about the power of adaptability, a crucial Stoic secret for mastering your mind. Picture this: life is like a river. Sometimes it flows smoothly, other times it's turbulent. The key to navigating it successfully is adaptability, your ability to adjust to whatever comes your way. Think of adaptability as your mental flexibility. It's what helps you bend without breaking, no matter what life throws at you. So, what exactly does it mean to be adaptable? It's about rolling with the punches, embracing change, and staying resilient in the face of uncertainty. Life doesn't always go according to plan, and that's okay. Adaptability is your superpower in these moments. It's like being a tree that bends with the wind instead of snapping. You stay grounded, but you move with the breeze. First off, let's ditch the idea that change is the enemy. Change is a constant. It's happening all around us, all the time. The seasons change, technology evolves, people grow. Instead of resisting change, lean into it. See it as an opportunity rather than a threat. When you embrace change, you open yourself up to new possibilities and experiences. It's like surfing, catching the waves and riding them, instead of being knocked over. Next, let's talk about the importance of keeping an open mind. Being adaptable means being willing to adjust your perspective. Sometimes, you need to let go of old ways of thinking to make room for new ideas. It's like decluttering your mental attic. When you clear out the old stuff, you make space for fresh, innovative thoughts. This openness allows you to see solutions where others see problems. Now, adaptability also involves a certain level of detachment. It's about not getting too attached to specific outcomes. When you pin all your hopes on one outcome, any deviation can feel like a disaster. But when you stay flexible and open to different possibilities, you're less likely to be thrown off course. It's like being on a hike and discovering that the trail is blocked. Instead of panicking, you find another path and keep moving forward. Let's not forget about resilience. Adaptability and resilience go hand in hand. When you're adaptable, you're better able to bounce back from setbacks. It's like being made of rubber rather than glass. You don't shatter when you fall, you bounce back, ready to face the next challenge. This resilience is what keeps you going, even when the going gets tough. Another important aspect is being proactive. Adaptability isn't just about reacting to changes but anticipating them. It's like being a chess player, always thinking a few moves ahead. By staying alert and being prepared for different scenarios, you're better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. It's not about predicting the future but being ready for it. Mindfulness plays a big role here too. Staying present and aware helps you navigate changes more smoothly. When you're mindful, you're more attuned to the shifts happening around you. It's like being a skilled sailor, constantly adjusting the sails to match the wind. This awareness allows you to make quick, effective decisions and stay on course. So, how do you cultivate adaptability in your daily life? Start by embracing change rather than fearing it. Keep an open mind and be willing to adjust your perspective. Practice detachment from specific outcomes and build your resilience. Stay proactive and mindful, always ready to adjust your sails. Adaptability is a journey, not a destination. It's about being flexible, open, and resilient. It's about navigating life's river with skill and grace, adjusting to the currents and finding your flow. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll find that no matter what life throws at you, you've got the tools to handle it. You'll be like that tree in the wind, strong, grounded, and unbreakable. Number 13. Virtue of patience. Patience isn't just about waiting, it's about how you wait. Imagine standing in a long line. You can either fidget and grumble the whole time, or you can take a deep breath, look around, and find a bit of peace in the moment. Patience is choosing the latter. It's about finding calm amidst the chaos. So, what does it mean to cultivate patience? It starts with understanding that not everything happens on your timetable. Life has its own rhythm, its own pace. Sometimes things move slower than you'd like, and that's okay. Patience is recognizing this and not forcing things to happen before their time. It's like planting a seed and trusting that it will grow when it's ready. You don't dig it up every day to check on it, you water it, give it sunlight, and let nature take its course. Now, let's talk about the benefits of patience. First off, it reduces stress. When you're patient, you're not constantly fighting against reality. You're not getting worked up over things you can't control. This acceptance brings a sense of peace. It's like floating on a river, going with the flow instead of struggling against the current. You save your energy for what truly matters. Patience also leads to better decision-making. When you're not rushing, you have time to think things through. You can weigh your options, consider the consequences, and make more thoughtful choices. It's like being a chess player who thinks several moves ahead rather than just reacting to the current situation. This foresight can lead to more successful outcomes. Let's not forget the role of patience in relationships. Whether it's family, friends, or colleagues, patience helps you build stronger, more understanding connections. When you're patient with others, you give them the space to be themselves, to make mistakes, and to grow. It's like being a gardener who tends to each plant with care, knowing that each one blooms in its own time. One key aspect of cultivating patience is practicing mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you stay calm and collected. When you focus on what's happening right now, rather than worrying about the future or dwelling on the past, you can respond more patiently. It's like watching a sunset. You're not thinking about what comes next, you're just enjoying the beauty of the moment. Another important factor is self-compassion. Be patient with yourself. Growth and change take time, and it's okay to progress at your own pace. When you're kind to yourself, it's easier to be patient with others and with the process of life. It's like learning a new skill. You wouldn't expect to master it overnight, so why expect that from yourself in other areas of life? Patience is also about trust, trusting that things will work out in their own time. This doesn't mean being passive or doing nothing. It means doing what you can and then letting go of the need to control the outcome. It's like baking a cake. You follow the recipe, put it in the oven, and then you wait. You don't keep opening the oven door to see if it's done, you trust the process. So, how do you cultivate patience in your daily life? Start small. Practice being patient in everyday situations, waiting in line, dealing with a slow internet connection, or navigating traffic. Take deep breaths and remind yourself that it's okay to wait. Embrace mindfulness and stay present. Be kind to yourself and trust the process. Patience is a virtue that can profoundly impact your life. It helps you stay calm, make better decisions, build stronger relationships, and approach life with a sense of peace and trust. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll find that life's challenges become a little less daunting and a lot more manageable. You'll be like that calm river, flowing smoothly no matter what obstacles lie in your path. Number 14. Embracing impermanence. Impermanence, in a nutshell, is the idea that nothing lasts forever. Everything changes, everything evolves. It's a fundamental truth that can be both comforting and challenging. Imagine your life as a river. The water is always flowing, always changing, never the same from one moment to the next. That's impermanence in action. So, what does it mean to embrace impermanence? It starts with recognizing and accepting the transient nature of everything around us. From the small, everyday moments to the big, life-changing events, nothing is permanent. And that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay, it's what makes life dynamic and exciting. Embracing impermanence means letting go of the need to cling to things, people, or situations, and instead, appreciating them for what they are, right here and now. One way to start embracing impermanence is by practicing gratitude. When you acknowledge that everything is temporary, you begin to cherish the present moment more deeply. It's like savoring a delicious meal, knowing that each bite is unique and fleeting. This appreciation makes your experiences richer and more meaningful. You become more attuned to the beauty in everyday moments and less likely to take things for granted. Another aspect of embracing impermanence is learning to let go. Letting go doesn't mean giving up or being indifferent. It means accepting that change is a natural part of life and being open to it. When you let go, you free yourself from the pain of holding on to things that are meant to pass. It's like releasing a balloon into the sky. You watch it float away, knowing it's part of the journey. This mindset helps you navigate life's transitions with grace and resilience. Let's talk about the role of mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you connect with the reality of impermanence. When you're mindful, you're fully engaged with what's happening right now, without getting lost in worries about the past or future. It's like watching a sunset. You know it's going to end, but that doesn't stop you from enjoying its beauty while it lasts. Mindfulness helps you appreciate the present moment and embrace the changes that come with it. Embracing impermanence also means finding peace in uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and that unpredictability can be stressful if you're always trying to control it. But when you accept that change is inevitable, you become more adaptable and less anxious. It's like dancing with a partner who leads you in unexpected directions. Instead of resisting, you go with the flow, enjoying the spontaneity and surprise. Another important aspect is self-compassion. Change often brings challenges and setbacks. Being kind to yourself during these times is crucial. Recognize that it's okay to feel unsettled or uncomfortable with change. Give yourself the space to process your emotions and adjust. It's like comforting a friend who's going through a tough time. You wouldn't rush them to feel better, you'd offer support and understanding. Finally, embracing impermanence can deepen your relationships. When you accept that people come and go in your life, you appreciate them more. You become more present and engaged, valuing the time you have together. It's like tending to a garden. You know each season brings different flowers, and you enjoy each one in its time. This mindset fosters deeper connections and more fulfilling relationships. So, how do you start embracing impermanence? Practice gratitude for the present moment, learn to let go of what's meant to pass, stay mindful of the here and now, find peace in uncertainty, be kind to yourself during times of change, and cherish your relationships. By embracing impermanence, you'll discover a new sense of freedom and peace. You'll flow with life's changes, appreciating each moment for what it is, the unique, fleeting, beautiful part of your journey. Number 15. Stoic indifference. Now, don't let the word indifference throw you off. It's not about being cold or uncaring. Instead, it's about developing a calm, unshakable mindset in the face of things you can't control. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm, but inside, you're as still and serene as a quiet lake. That's the essence of Stoic indifference. So, what does this mean in practice? Well, it's about focusing your energy on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. Sounds simple, right? But it's a game changer. Think about it. How often do we stress over things that are completely out of our hands? Traffic, weather, other people's opinions, the list goes on. Stoic indifference teaches you to say, "That's out of my control, and that's okay." It's freeing, like setting down a heavy backpack you didn't even realize you were carrying. Let's break it down a bit more. The first step is recognizing what's within your control. Your actions, your thoughts, your responses, these are your domain. Everything else? Not so much. When you start to see the distinction, it's like a light bulb goes off. You stop wasting energy on things you can't change and start investing it where it really counts. Now, how do you actually develop this mindset? One powerful technique is to practice mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you see things clearly. When you're mindful, you're not lost in worries about the future or regrets about the past. You're here, now, and you can better assess what's within your control. It's like having a mental compass that always points you back to what matters. Another key aspect is acceptance. This doesn't mean passivity or resignation. It means acknowledging reality as it is. When you accept things as they are, you stop fighting against the current. You flow with it instead. It's like surfing, you don't control the waves, but you can ride them. This acceptance brings a profound sense of peace and resilience. Let's not forget perspective. Sometimes, we get so caught up in the minutiae of daily life that we lose sight of the bigger picture. Stoic indifference helps you zoom out. Ask yourself, will this matter in a week? A month? A year? Often, the things that stress us out are pretty trivial in the grand scheme of things. Gaining perspective can instantly reduce your stress and help you focus on what truly matters. Another practical tip is to develop a mantra. Something simple like, I can't control this, but I can control my response. Repeating this to yourself in stressful situations can be incredibly grounding. It's like a mental anchor that keeps you steady, no matter how rough the seas get. Stoic indifference also involves setting boundaries. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values or drain your energy. It's not about shutting yourself off from the world, but about protecting your peace of mind. Think of it as curating your life, choosing what you let in and what you keep out. This selective approach helps you stay focused on what's important and let go of the rest. So, how do you start incorporating Stoic indifference into your life? Begin with small steps. Notice when you're getting worked up over something outside your control. Take a deep breath and remind yourself to let it go. Practice mindfulness to stay present and cultivate acceptance to flow with life's ups and downs. Use perspective to keep the big picture in mind and develop a mantra to keep you grounded. Set boundaries to protect your energy and peace. Stoic indifference isn't about being aloof or detached. It's about being centered and resilient. It's about finding calm in the chaos and focusing your energy on what you can change. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll discover a new level of peace and clarity. You'll become like that serene lake, calm and untroubled, no matter what storms come your way. In the next section, we will discuss why less is more from a Stoic perspective. Number 1. Focus on essential needs. Imagine waking up each day and feeling like you're in control, not overwhelmed by the endless to-do lists or the constant chase for more stuff. This is what the Stoics were all about. They believed in cutting out the noise and honing in on what truly matters. It's like having a closet with only your favorite clothes, everything fits, everything's comfortable, and everything serves a purpose. So, what does it mean to focus on essential needs? Well, it's about stripping away the excess and embracing simplicity. It's not about denying yourself pleasure or living like a monk. It's about recognizing that you don't need much to be happy and content. Think of it as clearing out your mental and emotional clutter. By focusing on the essentials, you create space for what truly brings value to your life. When you focus on essential needs, you start to see how much energy and time are wasted on things that don't really matter. Picture your day like a jar. If you fill it with big, important rocks first, like your health, relationships, and passions, there's still room for the smaller pebbles. But if you start with the pebbles, the trivial tasks and distractions, you run out of space for the rocks. The Stoics taught that by identifying and prioritizing what's truly essential, we can live more fulfilling and peaceful lives. Now, let's talk about how this looks in real life. Imagine yourself in the hustle and bustle of daily life. Emails, notifications, errands, the constant bombardment of information, it's easy to get caught up and lose sight of what really matters. The Stoic approach is to step back and ask yourself, is this essential? If it's not, let it go. It's about making conscious choices that align with your values and goals. Living with less doesn't mean depriving yourself. It's about freeing yourself from the unnecessary so you can focus on what brings true joy and meaning. Think of it like decluttering your home. When you get rid of the things you don't need, you're left with a space that's not only easier to manage but also more enjoyable to be in. The same goes for your life. When you focus on essential needs, you clear out the distractions and make room for peace and happiness. The Stoics were big on self-discipline. They believed that by mastering your desires and impulses, you could achieve a state of tranquility. It's like training a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger you become. By focusing on essential needs, you develop the ability to resist the pull of instant gratification and superficial desires. This leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and contentment. So, how do you start? Begin by taking inventory of your life. What are the things that truly matter to you? What are your non-negotiables? Once you have a clear understanding of your essentials, start eliminating the non-essentials. This doesn't happen overnight. It's a gradual process of letting go and simplifying. Remember, the goal isn't perfection. It's progress. Each small step towards focusing on your essential needs brings you closer to a more intentional and fulfilling life. The beauty of this approach is that it's unique to you. Your essential needs might be different from someone else's, and that's perfectly okay. What matters is that you're living in alignment with your values and priorities. In essence, focusing on essential needs is about reclaiming your time, energy, and attention. It's about living a life that's true to who you are and what you value. The Stoics understood that less is more because it allows us to connect with what really matters. So, embrace simplicity, prioritize your essentials, and watch how it transforms your life. Number 2, strengthen relationships through meaningful interactions. Imagine this: instead of having a vast network of acquaintances, you have a few deep, meaningful connections. It's like having a handful of diamonds instead of a bag full of pebbles. The quality of your interactions can vastly outweigh the quantity. The Stoics would argue that true fulfillment in relationships comes from this depth, not from breadth. Now, think about your everyday conversations. How often do they feel rushed, superficial, or transactional? It's like grabbing a quick bite to eat versus sitting down to a carefully prepared meal. The Stoics believed in savoring interactions, in being fully present and engaged. When you focus on meaningful interactions, you're not just exchanging words, you're sharing a part of yourself and inviting others to do the same. Imagine meeting up with a friend and really listening, not just waiting for your turn to speak. You're not distracted by your phone, not thinking about your to-do list. You're there, in the moment. This kind of presence is a gift. It's saying, "You matter to me. I value this time we have together." And in turn, you create a space where your friend feels heard, valued, and understood. That's powerful stuff. When we prioritize meaningful interactions, we start to see relationships not as things to be maintained but as experiences to be cherished. It's about quality over quantity. Think about it: having a deep, heartfelt conversation can leave you feeling more connected and fulfilled than a dozen small talks. It's like comparing a rich, satisfying meal to snacking all day. One leaves you nourished, the other just keeps you occupied. The Stoics taught that by focusing on what truly matters, we can find greater peace and happiness. In the context of relationships, this means valuing depth and authenticity. It's about being honest, open, and vulnerable. It's about sharing your true self and encouraging others to do the same. This kind of interaction builds trust and strengthens bonds in a way that superficial connections never can. Let's consider how this plays out in daily life. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to keep up with everyone, you invest your time and energy in the relationships that truly matter. You choose to spend your time with people who uplift you, who challenge you, who bring out the best in you. And you do the same for them. It's a mutual exchange of support, respect, and love. This doesn't mean you have to cut ties with everyone else. It's more about being intentional with your time and energy. It's recognizing that you can't be everything to everyone, and that's okay. By focusing on a few meaningful relationships, you create a support system that's strong and resilient. You know these people have your back, and you have theirs. It's a sense of security that can't be bought or faked. Meaningful interactions also mean being present in the moment. When you're with someone, be with them. Put away distractions, make eye contact, and really listen. Show empathy and understanding. These small actions make a big difference. They turn ordinary moments into memorable ones. They build a foundation of trust and respect that can weather any storm. So, how do you start? Begin by reflecting on your current relationships. Who are the people that truly matter to you? How can you invest more time and energy into those connections? It might mean having fewer, but more meaningful, get-togethers. It might mean making an effort to have deeper conversations, to really listen and share. It might mean being more present and engaged when you're with them. Remember, the goal isn't to have perfect relationships. It's to have real ones. Ones that are built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The Stoics believed that these kinds of relationships are essential to a fulfilling life. So, take a step back, focus on what truly matters, and watch how your relationships transform. You'll find that less really is more. Number 3. Increase adaptability by practicing minimalism. Picture this, your life is like a backpack. When it's overloaded with stuff, you're weighed down, slow, and not exactly ready for anything that comes your way. But when you lighten that load and only carry what you need, you can move freely, adapt quickly, and handle whatever life throws at you. Now, imagine your mind as that same backpack. The more cluttered it is with unnecessary worries, possessions, and distractions, the harder it becomes to adapt to new situations. Minimalism, from a Stoic viewpoint, is all about clearing out that mental and physical clutter to make room for what truly matters. It's like giving your mind and life a breath of fresh air. The Stoics were masters of adaptability. They believed that by focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't, you become more resilient. And minimalism is a key part of this. When you practice minimalism, you're not just getting rid of stuff, you're training your mind to be flexible, to roll with the punches. It's about learning to be content with less so that you're not thrown off balance when things don't go as planned. Think about it. When you're not bogged down by excess, you're more agile. You can pivot and adapt to new circumstances with ease. Let's say you suddenly have to move to a new place. If your life is cluttered with unnecessary belongings, the process is stressful and overwhelming. But if you've embraced minimalism, moving becomes a breeze. You're not attached to your possessions, so you can focus on the new opportunities instead of the logistical nightmare. In a more abstract sense, minimalism also means shedding mental clutter. It's about freeing your mind from constant distractions and focusing on what's truly important. This mental clarity allows you to see situations more clearly and respond more effectively. You're not caught up in the noise, you're tuned into what really matters. This makes you more adaptable because you can assess situations more accurately and make better decisions. The Stoics also taught that by minimizing our desires, we can increase our adaptability. When you're content with what you have and don't constantly crave more, you're less likely to be rattled by changes. You become more self-sufficient, more grounded. If you're always chasing the next big thing, every little hiccup can feel like a major setback. But if you're happy with less, those same hiccups become much easier to navigate. Let's dive a bit deeper. Practicing minimalism means you're constantly evaluating what adds value to your life and what doesn't. This habit of reflection and intentionality makes you more adaptable because you're always in tune with what you truly need. You're not holding onto things out of habit or fear, you're making conscious choices that align with your values. This makes it easier to adjust when circumstances change because you're already used to letting go of the unnecessary. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's easy to accumulate stuff, not just physical possessions, but also emotional baggage and mental noise. Minimalism, from a Stoic perspective, is about stripping away the excess and getting back to basics. It's about creating a life that's simple, intentional, and aligned with your core values. When you do this, you become more adaptable because you're not weighed down by the extraneous. So, how do you start? Begin by taking a look at your life and identifying what's essential and what's not. It might mean decluttering your home, simplifying your schedule, or letting go of unproductive thoughts. The goal is to create space for what truly matters. This isn't about deprivation, it's about liberation. It's about freeing yourself from the unnecessary so you can focus on what's important. Remember, the Stoics believe that by practicing minimalism, we can increase our adaptability and resilience. It's about learning to thrive with less and finding strength in simplicity. So, embrace minimalism, lighten your load, and discover the freedom and flexibility that comes with it. You'll find that less really is more. Number 4. Deepen self-awareness by reflecting on what truly matters. Imagine taking a quiet moment for yourself, away from the hustle and bustle. You close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just reflect. It's in these moments of solitude that you can really connect with your inner self and start to understand what's genuinely important. The Stoics were big on this kind of reflection. They believed that by regularly examining your life and your choices, you could uncover what truly matters to you. Think of it as a mental detox. Just like you would declutter your home to create a serene space, you're decluttering your mind to create clarity and peace. When you start to reflect on what truly matters, you're peeling away the layers of superficial wants and distractions. It's like chipping away at a block of marble to reveal the statue within. You start to see your core values more clearly. And this process of self-discovery is incredibly liberating. It's like finding a compass that guides you through the chaos of everyday life. This reflection isn't a one-time thing. It's a practice, something you do regularly. It's about asking yourself tough questions. What do I value most in life? What brings me genuine joy? What am I holding on to that I can let go? The answers to these questions help you strip away the non-essentials and focus on what's truly important. And when you do this, you deepen your self-awareness in a profound way. Now, let's talk about why this is so powerful. When you're clear about what matters to you, you can make decisions with confidence and clarity. You're not swayed by every passing trend or external pressure. You're anchored in your own values and beliefs. This makes you more resilient, more grounded. It's like having a solid foundation that supports you no matter what life throws your way. The Stoics believe that true happiness comes from within, not from external things. By reflecting on what truly matters, you're tuning into your inner self and finding that source of happiness. You start to realize that you don't need a lot to be content. You don't need to chase after every shiny object or compare yourself to others. You're enough as you are. And this realization is incredibly empowering. When you deepen your self-awareness, you also become more mindful. You're more present in the moment because you're not distracted by unimportant things. You can appreciate the simple pleasures in life. A beautiful sunset, a quiet walk, a meaningful conversation. These moments become more vivid and fulfilling because you're truly present. This practice of reflection can also help you navigate challenges and setbacks. When you're clear about what matters to you, you can keep things in perspective. You don't get thrown off course by every little bump in the road. You can stay focused on your goals and values, even when things get tough. It's like having a map that guides you through the storm. So, how do you start? Find a quiet place where you can be alone with your thoughts. Take a few deep breaths to center yourself. Then, start reflecting. Write down your thoughts if it helps. Be honest with yourself. What really matters to you? What can you let go of? This practice isn't about perfection. It's about progress. Each time you reflect, you deepen your self-awareness a little more. Remember, the Stoics taught that by reflecting on what truly matters, we can find greater peace and happiness. It's about connecting with your inner self and living in alignment with your values. So, take the time to reflect. Listen to your inner voice. And discover the clarity and peace that comes from knowing what truly matters. You'll find that less really is more. Number 5. Achieve a sense of freedom by reducing material dependencies. Imagine waking up in the morning, feeling light and unburdened. Your home is simple, yet cozy, filled only with things that truly bring you joy or serve a purpose. There's no clutter, no excess. Just space to breathe, think, and live. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within. It's not about having more stuff, it's about needing less. When you reduce your material dependencies, you free yourself from the constant desire for more. It's like taking off a heavy backpack you've been carrying around for too long. Suddenly, you can move more freely, think more clearly, and live more fully. Think about the last time you bought something new. The thrill of the purchase, the excitement of having something shiny and new. But how long did that feeling last? Days, maybe weeks? Then, it's on to the next thing. The cycle never ends. But what if you stepped off that treadmill? What if you found contentment not in acquiring more, but in appreciating what you already have? Reducing material dependencies doesn't mean giving up all your possessions. It's about shifting your mindset. It's recognizing that your worth and happiness aren't tied to what you own. The Stoics taught that by focusing on inner values rather than external possessions, we can achieve a deeper, more lasting sense of fulfillment. Imagine you own fewer things. Each item has a place and a purpose. You're not constantly cleaning, organizing, or worrying about your stuff. Your mind is clearer because there's less to think about, less to manage. This simplicity brings a sense of calm and control. You're no longer a slave to your possessions. You own them, they don't own you. This sense of freedom extends beyond just physical possessions. It's about freeing yourself from the expectations and pressures of society. The idea that you need to have the latest gadget, the trendiest clothes, or the biggest house to be happy. The Stoics would argue that true happiness comes from living a life aligned with your values, not from chasing after material wealth. When you reduce your material dependencies, you also become more resilient. Life is unpredictable. Things change, jobs come and go, economies fluctuate. But when you're not reliant on material possessions for your happiness, you can adapt more easily. You're not devastated by a financial setback or a loss of possessions. Your sense of self and your happiness remain intact because they're not tied to external things. Let's consider the emotional freedom that comes with reducing material dependencies. When you're not constantly chasing after more, you can focus on what truly matters: relationships, personal growth, and experiences. You have more time and energy to invest in the things that bring true joy and fulfillment. You can live more intentionally, choosing experiences and connections over possessions. By embracing this mindset, you create a life that's rich in meaning, not things. You find joy in the simple pleasures: a walk in nature, a good book, a heartfelt conversation. These moments become more valuable because you're not distracted by the constant desire for more. You're present, engaged, and truly alive. So, how do you start reducing material dependencies? Begin by evaluating what you have. What brings you joy? What serves a purpose? What's just taking up space? Let go of the things that don't add value to your life. It's a gradual process, but each step brings you closer to a sense of freedom. Remember, the Stoics believe that less is more because it frees you from the chains of materialism. It allows you to focus on what truly matters, to live a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, take a step back, evaluate your dependencies, and start the journey towards a freer, more intentional life. You'll find that in letting go, you gain so much more. Number 6. Foster a sense of community by sharing excess resources. Alright, let's dive into how fostering a sense of community by sharing excess resources can bring immense value, especially through the lens of Stoicism. Imagine a neighborhood where people look out for each other, where sharing isn't just an occasional act but a way of life. It's a place where the concept of mine transforms into ours, creating a bond that goes beyond mere acquaintances. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all people. They taught that we're all part of a larger whole, like individual threads in a vast tapestry. By sharing our excess resources, we strengthen these connections and weave a tighter, more supportive community. It's like pulling together your strengths and assets to create something far greater than the sum of its parts. Sharing what you don't need fosters a sense of abundance. When you give away the extra, you're not just offloading stuff, you're sending a message that there's plenty to go around. This act of generosity creates a ripple effect. It encourages others to do the same, transforming a community into a thriving network of mutual support. Imagine the joy of giving and receiving, knowing that you're part of something bigger, something meaningful. Think about it. When you share, you break down barriers. It's an invitation to connect, to build trust, and to form bonds. You're not just handing over a physical object, you're creating a moment of connection, a shared experience. These moments accumulate, weaving a fabric of community that's resilient and compassionate. The act of sharing also humbles you. It's a reminder that you have more than enough, that your excess can bring joy or relief to someone else. This humility is at the heart of Stoicism. It's about recognizing our place in the world, understanding that we're not isolated beings but part of a larger ecosystem. By sharing, we acknowledge this interconnectedness and our responsibility to each other. Imagine a community garden. You have more tomatoes than you can possibly eat. Instead of letting them go to waste, you share them with your neighbors. In return, maybe someone gives you some herbs or cucumbers. It's a simple exchange, but it fosters a sense of belonging and cooperation. It turns a group of individuals into a community. Now, let's talk about the personal growth that comes from sharing. When you give away your excess, you're practicing detachment. You're learning to let go of material possessions and the grip they have on you. This act of letting go aligns perfectly with Stoic teachings. It frees you from the chains of materialism and shifts your focus to more meaningful pursuits. Sharing also cultivates gratitude. When you see the impact of your generosity, you start to appreciate what you have more deeply. It's a cycle. The more you share, the more grateful you become, and the more you want to share. This gratitude extends to all aspects of life, enhancing your overall sense of well-being and contentment. Moreover, sharing can ignite creativity and resourcefulness. When resources are shared, people find new and innovative ways to use them. It's like a brainstorming session where everyone brings something to the table. This collective creativity not only benefits individuals but also strengthens the community as a whole. So, how do you start fostering a sense of community through sharing? Begin by looking at what you have in abundance. It could be anything: time, skills, food, tools. Identify what you can share and take that first step. It might feel small, but remember, every act of sharing builds the foundation of a stronger community. The Stoics believed in living in harmony with nature and with each other. By sharing our excess resources, we embody this philosophy. We create a world where less is truly more, where generosity replaces greed, and where communities thrive on the strength of their connections. So, open your heart, share your abundance, and watch as the simple act of giving transforms not just your life, but the lives of those around you. You'll see that in sharing, everyone gains so much more. Number 7. Encourage lifelong learning by focusing on core values. Imagine your mind as a garden. When you focus on your core values, you're planting seeds of wisdom and knowledge that will grow and flourish throughout your life. It's about nurturing what's truly important, allowing it to guide your learning and growth. The Stoics believed that a life well lived is one guided by virtue and wisdom. They saw learning as a lifelong journey, not just something confined to classrooms or textbooks. By honing in on your core values, you create a solid foundation for this journey. Think of these values as your North Star, guiding you through the vast sea of information and experiences. When you focus on what really matters, you can cut through the noise and distractions. It's like having a filter that helps you see what's truly valuable and relevant to your growth. This doesn't mean ignoring everything else, but rather prioritizing what aligns with your principles and beliefs. You become more selective, seeking out knowledge that enhances your understanding and supports your values. Let's get more specific. Imagine your core value is wisdom. You're not just looking to accumulate facts, you're seeking deeper understanding. You're interested in the why and the how, not just the what. This mindset turns every experience into a learning opportunity. A conversation, a book, even a quiet moment of reflection, all become sources of insight and growth. Now, consider another core value, resilience. When you focus on resilience, you're constantly learning how to adapt and thrive, no matter the circumstances. Every challenge becomes a lesson, every setback a teacher. You start to see obstacles not as roadblocks but as stepping stones. This perspective fosters a growth mindset, where you're always open to learning and improving. The beauty of focusing on core values is that it simplifies your learning journey. You're not overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information out there. Instead, you're guided by a clear sense of purpose. It's like having a map that shows you the most meaningful paths to take. You're not wandering aimlessly, you're moving with intention and direction. This approach also brings a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. When you learn in alignment with your values, the knowledge you gain feels more meaningful and relevant. It's not just about acquiring skills or information, it's about personal growth and development. You're not just filling your mind, you're enriching your soul. Let's talk about the process of lifelong learning itself. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And focusing on core values helps you pace yourself. You're not in a rush to learn everything all at once. You're patient, taking the time to truly understand and internalize what you learn. This depth of learning is far more rewarding than a superficial grasp of many things. Moreover, focusing on core values fosters a sense of curiosity and wonder. You're not just learning because you have to, you're learning because you're genuinely interested and engaged. Your values inspire you to explore, to question, to seek out new perspectives. This curiosity keeps your mind active and alive, fueling your passion for lifelong learning. So, how do you start? Begin by identifying your core values. What principles guide your life? What do you truly care about? Once you're clear on these, let them guide your learning journey. Seek out books, experiences, and conversations that align with these values. Be intentional about what you choose to learn, and always reflect on how it connects to your core principles. Remember, the Stoics taught that a life guided by virtue and wisdom is a life well lived. By focusing on your core values, you create a rich and fulfilling learning journey. It's about deepening your understanding, fostering resilience, and nurturing curiosity. So, embrace your core values, let them guide your learning, and discover the joy of a life filled with meaningful growth. You'll find that less really is more, and that lifelong learning is a journey worth taking. Number 8. Enhance creativity by focusing on fewer, more significant projects. Picture this: your mind is like a garden. When you try to plant too many seeds, they end up fighting for space, nutrients, and sunlight. The result? A lot of stunted growth and not much flourishing. But when you plant just a few seeds and tend to them carefully, they grow strong and beautiful. The same goes for your creative projects. The Stoics believed in quality over quantity. They saw the value in dedicating yourself to what truly matters, rather than spreading yourself too thin. When you focus on fewer, more significant projects, you're giving yourself the space to dive deep, to explore every nuance, and to really let your creativity blossom. It's like saying no to the noise and yes to what's meaningful. Imagine your mind is a cluttered room. There are a million things going on, and it's hard to find anything, let alone focus. By choosing to concentrate on fewer projects, you're essentially decluttering your mental space. This allows you to see things more clearly, to think more freely. You're not constantly jumping from one task to another. Instead, you're immersing yourself fully in what you're passionate about. This deep focus leads to a flow state, where creativity thrives. You know that feeling when you're so absorbed in something that time just flies by? That's the magic of flow. It's when your best ideas come to life, when you solve problems effortlessly, and when you create something truly remarkable. By focusing on fewer projects, you invite more of these flow states into your life. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of deliberate practice. When you focus on a few key projects, you're able to put in the time and effort needed to master your craft. It's like honing a blade. The more you work on it, the sharper it becomes. This dedication not only improves your skills but also sparks new ideas and perspectives. It's in this depth of focus that true creativity is born. Let's talk about the joy of creating something meaningful. When you're not bogged down by 100 different tasks, you can fully enjoy the process of creation. You're not rushing to get things done, you're savoring each moment. This mindfulness enhances your creative experience, making it more fulfilling and rewarding. It's like taking a leisurely walk through a beautiful park instead of sprinting through it. Focusing on fewer projects also reduces stress and burnout. When you have too much on your plate, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and exhausted. This mental fatigue stifles creativity and makes it hard to think clearly. But when you concentrate on what truly matters, you're able to work at a sustainable pace. You have the energy and enthusiasm to bring your best ideas to life. This approach also encourages innovation. When you're not spread thin, you have the mental bandwidth to experiment and take risks. You're not afraid to try new things and think outside the box. This playful experimentation is where some of the most groundbreaking ideas come from. It's in these moments of exploration that creativity flourishes. So, how do you start? Begin by evaluating your current projects. What truly excites you? What aligns with your passions and values? Focus on these and let go of the rest. It might be tough at first, but remember, you're making space for something greater. Dedicate your time and energy to these significant projects, and watch as your creativity soars. Remember, the Stoics believe that less is more. By focusing on fewer, more significant projects, you enhance your creativity and create work that's not only meaningful but also deeply fulfilling. So, embrace the power of focus, dive deep into what you love, and let your creativity shine. You'll find that in doing less, you achieve so much more. Number 9. Reduce anxiety by minimizing unnecessary commitments. Imagine waking up each morning feeling a sense of calm and clarity. Your schedule isn't packed to the brim with obligations. Instead, it's filled with meaningful activities that resonate with your core values. Sounds dreamy, right? That's the beauty of embracing less. The Stoics were all about simplicity and focus. They believed that by eliminating the superfluous, you could concentrate on what truly matters. Think of your commitments like a garden. When you overplant, everything competes for water, sunlight, and nutrients. The result? A tangled mess where nothing thrives. But when you carefully choose what to plant, everything has room to grow and flourish. Now, picture your calendar. It's often a chaotic mix of meetings, errands, social events, and responsibilities. Each commitment might seem small on its own, but together, they create a whirlwind of activity that leaves you breathless and anxious. The Stoics would advise you to step back and evaluate. What truly needs your attention? What aligns with your values? What can you let go of? When you minimize unnecessary commitments, you free up mental and emotional space. It's like clearing a cluttered room. Suddenly, you can breathe easier, think more clearly, and move more freely. This reduction in clutter doesn't just make your life simpler, it makes it richer. You're no longer spreading yourself thin across a multitude of tasks. Instead, you're focusing your energy on a few significant ones. This approach helps reduce anxiety in a big way. When you're not constantly rushing from one thing to the next, you have more time to relax and recharge. You can be fully present in each moment, rather than always thinking about the next thing on your list. This mindfulness brings a sense of peace and calm that's hard to find when you're perpetually busy. The Stoics believed in the importance of saying no. It's not about being selfish or unhelpful. It's about recognizing your limits and protecting your well-being. When you say no to unnecessary commitments, you're saying yes to yourself. You're choosing to prioritize your mental and emotional health. And that's a powerful act of self-care. Imagine how much lighter you'd feel if you only committed to things that truly mattered to you. No more obligations that drain your energy and bring you no joy. No more stress from overcommitting and under-delivering. Just a clear, focused path that aligns with your values and goals. That's the freedom that comes from minimizing unnecessary commitments. This doesn't mean you should avoid all responsibilities. It's about being selective and intentional with your time and energy. It's about recognizing that you can't do everything, and that's okay. By focusing on a few key commitments, you can give your best effort and truly excel. This focused approach not only reduces anxiety but also increases your satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Let's talk about how to start. Begin by taking an honest look at your current commitments. What truly matters to you? What aligns with your values and brings you joy? What feels like an obligation rather than a choice? Once you've identified the unnecessary commitments, start letting them go. It might be difficult at first, but remember, you're making space for what's truly important. Communicate your decisions clearly and kindly. People will understand, especially when you explain that you're prioritizing your well-being. Over time, you'll find that people respect your boundaries and you feel more empowered and in control of your life. In the end, reducing unnecessary commitments is about reclaiming your time and energy. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values and free from the constant stress of overcommitting. The Stoics knew that less is often more. By minimizing your commitments, you create a life that's simpler, more focused, and infinitely more fulfilling. So, take a step back, breathe, and start saying no to make room for a more meaningful and anxiety-free life. Number 10. Strengthen spiritual growth by seeking wisdom over wealth. Picture this: you're standing at a crossroads. One path is glittering with gold and promises of material riches. The other path, though less shiny, is paved with knowledge, insight, and inner peace. The Stoics would nudge you towards the latter, urging you to choose wisdom over wealth every time. The Stoics believed that true fulfillment comes not from accumulating riches but from cultivating a rich mind and spirit. Imagine your soul as a garden. When you focus on wisdom, you're planting seeds of virtue, understanding, and inner strength. These seeds, when nurtured, grow into a flourishing oasis of tranquility and resilience. On the other hand, chasing wealth often leads to a garden choked with weeds of anxiety, greed, and dissatisfaction. Wisdom is like a guiding star, helping you navigate the tumultuous seas of life. It's about understanding the nature of things, recognizing what's within your control, and letting go of what's not. This perspective brings a profound sense of peace. You're not tossed around by every wave of fortune or misfortune. Instead, you sail smoothly, guided by the light of wisdom. Think about the joy that comes from learning, growing, and expanding your mind. When you seek wisdom, you're on a constant journey of discovery. Each day brings new insights, deeper understanding, and greater clarity. This journey is infinitely rewarding, far more so than the fleeting pleasure of material wealth. The thrill of buying something new fades quickly, but the joy of gaining a new perspective, of understanding a complex concept, lasts a lifetime. The Stoics taught that wisdom leads to virtue, and virtue leads to true happiness. It's about living in harmony with your highest self and the world around you. When you prioritize wisdom, you're aligning your actions with your values. This alignment brings a sense of integrity and inner peace. You're not chasing after external validations or superficial achievements. Instead, you're grounded in your inner truth. Now, imagine the sense of freedom that comes with this perspective. You're no longer a slave to the pursuit of wealth, constantly striving for more, always feeling like it's never enough. Instead, you're free to focus on what truly matters. You have the time and mental space to reflect, to meditate, to engage in deep conversations. This freedom is the fertile ground in which spiritual growth flourishes. Wisdom also brings resilience. When you face challenges, you have the inner resources to cope and grow. You understand that setbacks are opportunities for learning, not reasons for despair. This resilient mindset transforms how you experience life. You're not easily shaken by external circumstances because your sense of worth and peace comes from within. Seeking wisdom over wealth also fosters a sense of community. When you value knowledge and virtue, you naturally connect with others who share these values. You engage in meaningful conversations, support each other's growth, and build a network of like-minded souls. This sense of community enriches your spiritual journey, providing support, inspiration, and a sense of belonging. So, how do you start prioritizing wisdom? Begin by making time for reflection and learning. Read philosophical texts, meditate on their teachings, and apply them to your life. Surround yourself with people who inspire you to grow. Engage in conversations that challenge and expand your thinking. Most importantly, listen to your inner voice, the quiet whisper that guides you towards truth and understanding. In essence, choosing wisdom over wealth is about shifting your focus from the external to the internal. It's about recognizing that true wealth lies not in what you possess but in who you become. The Stoics believed that a life guided by wisdom is a life of peace, virtue, and profound spiritual growth. So, take a step back from the material chase, embrace the journey of learning, and discover the deep, lasting joy that comes from a life rooted in wisdom. You'll find that less really is more, and in seeking wisdom, you gain a treasure far greater than gold. In the next section, we will discuss how to deal with people who ignore you. Number 1, maintain dignity. Alright, so you're feeling ignored, right? It's a tough spot to be in. You're probably wondering how to deal with it without losing your cool. Well, the Stoics have some golden advice on this. Maintain your dignity. This isn't just about keeping a stiff upper lip or pretending everything's fine. It's about holding on to your self-respect, no matter what. First things first, remember that your worth isn't tied to other people's opinions. Sounds cliché, but think about it. How often do we let others dictate how we feel about ourselves? It's easy to get caught up in seeking validation from others, but Stoicism teaches us to find that validation within. Picture it as building a fortress of self-worth that others can't easily shake. Sure, it takes effort, but it's so worth it. Now, let's dive deeper into what it means to maintain dignity. It's not just about standing tall and looking composed, it's about the attitude you carry. Dignity is a state of mind. It's about recognizing your intrinsic value and not letting external circumstances, like being ignored, diminish that. When you feel sidelined, take a moment to breathe and remind yourself of your own value. It's like planting your feet firmly in the ground while the winds of others' opinions blow around you. You stay unshaken. Think about how you react to being ignored. Do you lash out? Do you withdraw and sulk? Stoicism suggests a different approach. React with grace. It's like having a superpower. When others expect you to be upset or flustered, staying calm and dignified can be incredibly powerful. It's not about pretending to be unbothered, it's about genuinely cultivating a sense of inner peace and confidence. Also, maintaining dignity involves practicing restraint. It's tempting to confront those who ignore us, to demand their attention, or to show them what they're missing out on. But Stoicism encourages us to step back and choose our battles wisely. By not reacting impulsively, you show a level of self-control that is truly dignified. It's like being the eye of a storm, calm and centered, no matter how chaotic things get around you. You might be wondering, how do you actually cultivate this sense of dignity? Start with self-reflection. Spend time understanding your values and what truly matters to you. When you have a clear sense of your principles, it becomes easier to stay grounded in them, even when others don't acknowledge you. Think of it as having an internal compass that always points you in the right direction, no matter how lost you might feel externally. Another key aspect is to keep your focus on your own actions and thoughts. Epictetus, a famous Stoic, said that we should concern ourselves only with what's in our control. Being ignored? That's out of your control. How you respond? Totally within your control. By channeling your energy into what you can control, your reactions, your thoughts, your actions, you maintain a sense of agency and dignity. And here's a little secret: people notice when you carry yourself with dignity. They might not acknowledge it right away, but it leaves an impression. It's like planting seeds. Over time, others will see that you're not easily swayed by their opinions. You become a model of self-respect and inner strength. Lastly, don't forget to be kind to yourself. Maintaining dignity doesn't mean being harsh or overly critical of your own feelings. Acknowledge your emotions, but don't let them rule you. It's okay to feel hurt or disappointed, but let those feelings pass like clouds in the sky, without letting them define you. In essence, maintaining dignity when ignored is about embodying the best version of yourself, no matter what. It's about standing firm in your values, reacting with grace, and focusing on what you can control. It's a journey, not a destination, and with each step, you build a stronger, more resilient sense of self. Number 2, engage in self-improvement. When people overlook you, don't let it get under your skin. Instead, turn it into fuel for your own self-betterment. It's like this: when someone snubs you, it doesn't define your worth. You define your worth. And what better way to do that than by diving headfirst into self-improvement? Picture this: instead of wasting time pondering why you're being ignored, channel that energy into becoming the best version of yourself. Start by setting some goals, small ones, big ones, whatever floats your boat. Maybe you want to get fit, pick up a new hobby, or even just read more books. Whatever it is, let it be something that excites you, something that makes you jump out of bed in the morning. Now, imagine you've got this goal, and you're working towards it bit by bit. Each day, you're making tiny improvements. It's like chiseling away at a marble block to reveal a magnificent statue. You might not see the changes overnight, but trust me, they're happening. Every push-up, every page read, Every new skill learned is a step closer to the best version of you. As you're on this self-improvement journey, you'll notice something interesting. The opinions of others start to matter less and less. It's not that you become insensitive or uncaring, it's just that you're so focused on your own growth that you don't have time to worry about who's paying attention and who's not. You're in your own zone, and it feels incredible. But hey, self-improvement isn't just about setting goals and achieving them. It's also about self-reflection. Take some time to look inward. Ask yourself, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What makes you tick? Understanding yourself on a deeper level is a crucial part of this journey. It's like getting to know a close friend, only that friend is you. And don't forget about self-care. Engaging in self-improvement isn't about grinding yourself to the bone. It's about finding balance. Take care of your body, mind, and soul. Eat well, exercise, meditate, or just take a walk in nature. Treat yourself with kindness and respect. After all, how can you improve if you're constantly running on empty? As you grow and evolve, you'll start to radiate a new kind of energy. People will notice. They might still ignore you, but you'll find that it doesn't bother you as much. You'll be too busy enjoying your own company and celebrating your victories, big and small. And who knows? Maybe those who ignored you before will start to take notice. But by then, it won't matter because you'll be doing it all for yourself, not for their approval. So, next time someone overlooks you, smile to yourself and get to work. Use it as a reminder to focus on your own path, to keep improving, and to become someone you're proud of. Engage in self-improvement not to prove others wrong, but to prove to yourself just how incredible you can be. In the end, you'll find that the best kind of validation comes from within, and that's worth more than anyone else's attention. Number 3, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is like building a fence around your garden. It's not about shutting people out, but about protecting the space where you grow and flourish. When folks ignore you, it's tempting to just let things slide, hoping they'll eventually see your worth. But that's a recipe for frustration. You've got to step up and draw the lines that keep your mental garden thriving. Imagine this: your time and energy are precious commodities. If someone isn't giving you the attention or respect you deserve, it's on you to decide how much access they get to your valuable resources. This isn't about being harsh, it's about being wise. Think of it as a form of self-respect, a way to honor your own needs and priorities. You're not a bottomless well of time and energy. First, recognize what drains you. Notice those interactions that leave you feeling exhausted or undervalued. These are the areas where you need boundaries the most. Maybe it's that friend who only calls when they need something, or the coworker who monopolizes your time with gossip. Identifying these patterns is the first step toward reclaiming your peace of mind. Next, communicate clearly. This is where it gets tricky. How do you set boundaries without coming off as rude or unkind? The key is to be direct but gentle. You don't have to explain yourself excessively or apologize for needing space. A simple, "I need some time to focus on my own projects," or "I'm not available for that," works wonders. Remember, setting boundaries is about your well-being, not about controlling others. And then there's the follow-through. This is the backbone of effective boundaries. If you say you're not available after 6 p.m., don't respond to messages or emails during that time. Your actions will reinforce your words, showing others that your boundaries are firm. This consistency helps people understand that you mean what you say. Of course, some might test your boundaries, intentionally or not. They might push, prod, or try to guilt you into bending. Stay firm. Think of your boundaries as non-negotiable commitments to yourself. When you hold the line, you teach others how to treat you. You show them that your time, energy, and attention are not up for grabs. Let's talk about the emotional aspect. Setting boundaries can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're not used to it. You might worry about coming off as aloof or uncaring. But here's a secret: true friends and respectful colleagues will understand. They'll appreciate your honesty and will adjust. Those who don't, well, they reveal their true colors. Over time, as you practice setting boundaries, you'll notice a shift. You'll feel more in control, more respected, and more at ease. Your interactions will become more meaningful because they're not marred by resentment or fatigue. You'll have more energy for the things and people that truly matter. Setting boundaries is a form of self-love. It's about carving out a safe space for yourself in a world that can be overwhelming. It's about saying, "I matter, and my needs matter." When you act like this, you'll find that you're not just surviving, you're thriving. And that's a powerful place to be. In the end, setting boundaries isn't about pushing people away. It's about drawing them closer on your terms. It's about fostering relationships that are balanced, respectful, and enriching. So go ahead, build that fence. Your garden will thank you. Number 4, stay calm. Next, alright, let's talk about staying calm when you feel ignored. It's easier said than done, right? But guess what? It's totally doable, and it's a game changer. Imagine yourself as the eye of the storm. Everything around you might be chaotic, but you're just chilling, unbothered by the whirlwind. That's the kind of calm we're aiming for. First off, let's acknowledge that being ignored sucks. It's frustrating, it can hurt, and it's just plain annoying. But here's where the Stoic wisdom kicks in: you have the power to control your reactions. Yeah, you heard me right. You can't control if someone ignores you, but you can definitely control how you respond. And staying calm? It's like your secret weapon. Think of calmness as your shield. When someone ignores you, it's like they're throwing darts. Without calmness, those darts hit you, and you feel every prick. But with calmness, those darts just bounce off. They don't get to you. It's a mindset, a state of being. It's about choosing not to let external events mess with your internal peace. So, how do you get there? Start by taking a deep breath. Seriously, deep breathing is underrated. It's like hitting the reset button on your emotions. When you feel that irritation rising, pause and take a few deep breaths. Feel the air fill your lungs and then let it out slowly. It's like flushing out the stress and bringing in calm. Simple, but super effective. Next, let's talk about perspective. Stoicism teaches us to zoom out and see the bigger picture. When you're feeling ignored, it's easy to get caught up in that moment. But try to step back and look at it from a broader perspective. In the grand scheme of things, does this moment really matter? Probably not as much as it feels like it does right now. This shift in perspective can be incredibly calming. It's like realizing that the wave that seemed so huge is just a tiny ripple in the vast ocean of your life. Also, practice the art of letting go. We often get worked up because we hold on to things too tightly. Expectations, validation, attention, when we cling to these, we give them power over us. Let go of the need for others' acknowledgement. It's liberating. It's like dropping a heavy backpack you didn't even realize you were carrying. Suddenly, you're lighter, freer, calmer. Another trick? Focus on what you can control. Stoicism is big on this. You can't control others' actions, but you can control yours. Channel your energy into things you can actually change. When you shift your focus to your own actions, thoughts, and emotions, you feel more empowered. It's calming because you're not wasting energy on things beyond your control. You're investing it where it counts. And hey, don't forget self-talk. Be kind to yourself. When you feel ignored, your inner critic might go into overdrive. Quiet that voice. Replace it with a supportive, calm inner dialogue. Remind yourself of your worth. Speak to yourself like you would to a friend. This self-compassion is calming in itself. It's like having an inner cheerleader, always ready to lift you up. Lastly, find your calm center. For some, it's meditation. For others, it's a walk in nature, listening to music, or even just sitting in silence. Whatever helps you find that inner peace, make time for it. It's about creating a sanctuary within yourself that you can retreat to whenever things get tough. In a nutshell, staying calm when ignored is about controlling your reactions, shifting your perspective, letting go of unnecessary burdens, focusing on what you can control, practicing self-compassion, and finding your calm center. It's a skill, one that gets better with practice. And with time, you'll find that staying calm becomes second nature, no matter what's going on around you. Number 5, reflect on your values. So someone's giving you the cold shoulder, huh? It's tempting to react, to let your emotions take the wheel. But here's a Stoic twist: instead of getting all worked up, take a moment to reflect on your values. Trust me, it's a game changer. So, what's the deal with reflecting on your values? It's all about reconnecting with what truly matters to you. Imagine your values as the roots of a tree, keeping you grounded even when the winds of others' indifference blow hard. When you're clear on your values, you're less likely to be swayed by external stuff, like being ignored. First off, let's figure out what your values are. This isn't about what society says you should value, but what genuinely resonates with you. Is it honesty, kindness, courage, integrity? Take a moment to really think about this. Write them down if that helps. This list is your anchor, your guide when the seas get rough. Now, let's dive into how reflecting on these values can help when you're feeling ignored. When someone brushes you off, it's easy to feel hurt or insignificant. But if you're clear on your values, you can ask yourself, is my worth tied to this person's attention? Or is it tied to living in line with my values? Spoiler alert, it's the latter. Your worth is intrinsic, not dependent on external validation. Alright, so you've got your list of values. What next? When you're in a situation where you feel ignored, take a step back and reflect on those values. Ask yourself, am I living in accordance with these values right now? How can I respond in a way that aligns with what's important to me? This reflection helps you shift focus from the other person's actions to your own principles. It's like flipping a switch, suddenly, you're in control. Let's talk about inner alignment. When your actions reflect your values, you feel more authentic and less rattled by outside events. It's like wearing a suit of armor made of your own principles. Sure, you might still feel a sting when ignored, but it won't penetrate as deeply. Your values provide a sense of direction and purpose, acting as a compass that guides you through emotional turbulence. This reflection process also helps in recognizing that not everyone's actions are a reflection of you. Often, being ignored is more about the other person than it is about you. Maybe they're dealing with their own stuff. Maybe they're just not very considerate. When you reflect on your values, you remind yourself that your response is what truly matters. You can choose to act with grace and dignity, staying true to your principles. So, how do you make this reflection a habit? Start small. Each day, take a few minutes to review your values. Think about how you lived them out that day. Did you face any challenges that made it hard to stick to them? How did you respond? This daily practice strengthens your value-based mindset, making it easier to tap into when things get tough. When you're feeling ignored, instead of reacting impulsively, pause and reflect. Breathe in, think about your values, and let them guide your response. It's like having a personal coach whispering wise advice in your ear, keeping you focused and centered. Remember, reflecting on your values isn't a one-time deal. It's an ongoing process, a journey of self-discovery and growth. The more you practice it, the more naturally it will come, even in challenging situations. It's about building a strong foundation of self-awareness and integrity, so you can weather any storm with grace. In essence, reflecting on your values when ignored helps you stay true to yourself. It shifts your focus from seeking external validation to cultivating inner strength. It's about living authentically, guided by your principles, no matter what others do. And that, my friend, is the Stoic way to navigate the ups and downs of life. Number 6, understand and accept. So you're feeling ignored, and it's gnawing at you. It's tough, I get it. But instead of spiraling into a vortex of frustration, how about trying something a bit more stoic? Let's talk about understanding and accepting the situation. First off, understanding. What does that even mean in this context? It's about taking a step back and seeing the bigger picture. Maybe the person ignoring you is dealing with their own stuff. They might be stressed, preoccupied, or just not in the right headspace. It's not always about you. When you start to understand that their behavior might have more to do with them than you, it's like a weight lifting off your shoulders. Think about it. How many times have you been so wrapped up in your own world that you didn't give someone else the attention they deserved? It happens. We're all human, juggling our own worries and problems. By understanding this, you can shift your perspective from feeling slighted to feeling empathetic. It's not about excusing their behavior but about seeing it through a different lens. Now, let's move to acceptance. This is the tricky part, but also the most liberating. Acceptance doesn't mean you're okay with being ignored. It doesn't mean you have to like it. It simply means acknowledging the reality of the situation without resisting it. When you accept things as they are, you stop fighting against reality, and that's where the magic happens. Imagine this, you're in a boat on a river. If you keep paddling against the current, you'll exhaust yourself and get nowhere. But if you accept the direction of the current and go with the flow, you'll find it much easier to navigate. Acceptance is like that. It's about going with the flow of reality instead of fighting against it. So how do you practice this acceptance? Start by acknowledging your feelings. It's okay to feel hurt or frustrated. Don't push those feelings away. Let them be, but don't let them control you. Once you've acknowledged how you feel, remind yourself that you can't control others' actions, only your own responses. This shift in focus is empowering. It's like taking the reins of your own emotional state. Another key aspect of acceptance is letting go of expectations. Often, our frustration comes from unmet expectations. We expect others to act a certain way, and when they don't, we feel disappointed. By letting go of these expectations, you free yourself from this cycle of disappointment. It's about embracing what is, not what you wish it to be. And hey, acceptance isn't about giving up. It's about choosing peace over turmoil. When you accept a situation, you're not resigning yourself to a fate of being ignored forever. You're simply acknowledging the present moment and deciding not to let it ruin your peace. It's a conscious choice to maintain your inner calm, no matter what's happening outside. In the end, understanding and accepting is about finding your equilibrium. It's about realizing that you have the power to control your own emotional responses. It's about seeing the bigger picture, empathizing with others, and embracing reality as it is. When you practice understanding and acceptance, you're not just reacting to life, you're engaging with it in a thoughtful, balanced way. You're choosing to rise above the pettiness of being ignored and focusing on your own growth and peace. It's a powerful mindset shift that brings a sense of calm and resilience. So next time you feel ignored, take a deep breath. Try to understand the situation and accept it for what it is. You might just find that it bothers you a whole lot less. And that, my friend, is a beautiful thing. Number 7, move forward. You're feeling ignored. It stings, doesn't it? But guess what? Life's too short to get stuck in that rut. The Stoics have this brilliant mantra, move forward. It's all about not letting the actions, or inactions, of others hold you back. So, how do you do that? Let's dive in. First things first, let's talk about why moving forward is essential. When someone ignores you, it's easy to dwell on it. You replay the moments in your head, wondering what you did wrong, what you could have done differently. But here's the thing, dwelling on it won't change a thing. It just keeps you stuck in a loop of frustration and self-doubt. Moving forward means breaking free from that loop. Picture yourself on a path. Every time you stop to look back, you're delaying your journey. The more you look back, the more time you waste. Moving forward means keeping your eyes on the path ahead, not on what's behind you. It's about progress, not perfection. So, how do you actually move forward? Start by shifting your focus. Instead of fixating on the person who's ignoring you, turn your attention to what you can do next. What are your goals? What are your passions? Channel your energy into something productive. It's like taking all that frustration and using it as fuel for your own growth. Next, set small, achievable goals. When you're feeling ignored, it can knock your confidence. Setting and achieving small goals can help rebuild that confidence. Maybe it's learning a new skill, picking up a hobby, or working on a project you've been putting off. Each small step forward is a victory, a reminder that you're capable and resilient. And let's talk about mindset. Moving forward is as much about your attitude as it is about your actions. Embrace a growth mindset. See challenges and setbacks as opportunities to learn and grow. When you're ignored, it's easy to take it personally. But a growth mindset helps you see it differently. It's not about you, it's about how you respond. Practice gratitude, too. It sounds cheesy, but it works. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your perspective. You start seeing the positives instead of fixating on the negatives. It's like sunshine breaking through the clouds. It doesn't erase the clouds, but it makes them a lot less gloomy. Another key aspect is self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. It's easy to beat yourself up when you're feeling ignored. But self-compassion means treating yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a friend. Remind yourself that it's okay to feel hurt, but it's also okay to let go and move on. Remember, moving forward doesn't mean ignoring your feelings. It's important to acknowledge them, but don't let them anchor you down. Feel the emotions, process them, and then let them go. Think of it as cleaning out your mental closet. You're making space for new, positive experiences. Now, let's talk about action. Take proactive steps. Reach out to new people, explore new opportunities, and don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. The world is full of possibilities, and being ignored by one person shouldn't stop you from exploring them. It's like walking through a door that just opened, leaving the closed ones behind. Lastly, keep your long-term vision in mind. Where do you want to be in a year? 5 years? Moving forward is about keeping that vision alive. It's about taking consistent steps, no matter how small, toward that future. It's like climbing a mountain. Each step might seem insignificant, but together, they lead you to the summit. In essence, moving forward is about choosing to live your life fully, regardless of how others treat you. It's about focusing on your journey, setting goals, maintaining a positive mindset, practicing self-compassion, and taking proactive steps. It's about looking ahead with hope and determination, knowing that the best is yet to come. So, keep moving forward, and let the journey unfold. Number 8. Cultivate inner peace. When you find yourself feeling overlooked or ignored, it's easy to get wrapped up in a storm of emotions. Frustration, anger, sadness, they all come rushing in. But there's a better way to handle it: cultivate inner peace. Yep, finding that calm, serene place within yourself can make all the difference. Let's dive into how you can do that, step by step. First things first, let's talk about acceptance. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly powerful. Accepting that you can't control other people's actions or thoughts is the cornerstone of inner peace. When someone ignores you, it's usually more about them than it is about you. They've got their own stuff going on. By accepting this, you free yourself from the heavy burden of taking things personally. You start to realize that your peace doesn't have to depend on their validation. Next up, breathe. Seriously, just breathe. Take a few deep breaths, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Feel the tension melt away. Breathing is your body's way of hitting the reset button. It pulls you back into the present moment, away from the spiraling thoughts about why you're being ignored. Deep, mindful breathing can work wonders. Give it a shot next time you're feeling overlooked. Now, let's talk about mindfulness. This is about being present in the moment, fully experiencing whatever you're doing right now. It could be as simple as sipping a cup of tea, feeling the warmth, and savoring the flavor. Mindfulness keeps you grounded. When you're ignored, it's easy to start living in your head, creating stories and scenarios that might not even be true. Staying mindful pulls you out of that trap. You start to appreciate the little things around you, and those moments of peace start to add up. Another biggie is letting go of the need for external validation. We all crave approval to some extent, but making it the centerpiece of your happiness is a recipe for disaster. Cultivating inner peace means finding joy and contentment within yourself, regardless of what others think or do. It's about understanding that you are enough just as you are. When you stop chasing after other people's approval, you find a sense of freedom that's incredibly empowering. And then there's gratitude. Yep, that old chestnut. But seriously, taking a moment to appreciate what you have can shift your focus in a big way. When you feel ignored, it's easy to fall into a scarcity mindset, focusing on what you lack. Gratitude flips that script. Maybe you start a gratitude journal, jotting down a few things you're thankful for each day. Over time, you'll notice a shift in your perspective. Instead of dwelling on who's ignoring you, you'll start to see the abundance in your life. Let's not forget self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. If someone's ignoring you, don't beat yourself up over it. We're all human, and it's okay to feel hurt. But instead of wallowing in that hurt, treat yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a friend. Maybe you take a relaxing bath, read a good book, or just give yourself permission to feel without judgment. Self-compassion is a vital part of inner peace. It's about nurturing yourself, especially when the world feels a bit harsh. Lastly, think about meditative practice. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just a few minutes each day where you sit quietly, focusing on your breath, can make a big difference. Meditation helps you build a sanctuary of calm within yourself. When you're regularly tapping into that calm, it becomes easier to remain peaceful even when external circumstances aren't ideal. So there you have it. When they ignore you, instead of getting caught up in the chaos, turn inward. Cultivate that inner peace. Accept what you can't change, breathe, practice mindfulness, let go of the need for approval, embrace gratitude, show yourself compassion, and maybe give meditation a try. You'll find that the more you nurture your inner peace, the less other people's actions will ruffle your feathers. You'll be grounded, serene, and, most importantly, at peace with yourself. Number 9, practice detachment. When someone overlooks you, it's easy to get wrapped up in the drama. But here's a secret weapon from the Stoics: practice detachment. Yep, detachment is all about creating a little space between you and your emotions. It's not about becoming cold or indifferent, it's about finding freedom from the emotional roller coaster. Let's break it down and see how this can be your game changer. First, let's get one thing straight: detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It's more about shifting your focus from things you can't control to things you can. You can't control how others treat you, but you can control how you respond. So, the next time someone ignores you, remind yourself that their actions are out of your hands. This mental shift can be incredibly liberating. Now, imagine you're watching your life like a movie. You're the observer, not just the main character. This little mental trick can help you detach. When you see yourself as an observer, you start to notice patterns and behaviors without getting swept up in them. It's like watching a storm from a safe, cozy room. The storm is there, but it's not touching you. Try this the next time you feel ignored. Step back and watch the situation as if it's on a screen. You'll find it easier to stay calm and composed. Another key to practicing detachment is setting healthy boundaries. This isn't about shutting people out, it's about protecting your peace. If someone's behavior is consistently hurtful, it's okay to take a step back. Your mental well-being comes first. Think of boundaries as a fence around your garden. You decide who gets to come in and what stays out. By setting these limits, you're creating a safe space for yourself, which makes detachment easier. Let's talk about expectations for a second. They can be tricky. We often expect others to treat us a certain way, and when they don't, it stings. Practicing detachment means letting go of those expectations. It's about embracing the idea that people will do what they do, and that's okay. The less you expect from others, the less disappointed you'll be. Instead, focus on your actions and attitudes. They're within your control, and that's where your power lies. One practical way to cultivate detachment is through meditation or mindfulness practices. These techniques train your mind to stay present and not get lost in the whirlwind of emotions. Even a few minutes a day can make a big difference. Sit quietly, focus on your breath, and let thoughts and feelings come and go without clinging to them. Over time, you'll find it easier to stay detached, even in challenging situations. Remember, detachment also involves acceptance. Accepting that not everyone will like you or appreciate you is part of the deal. It's not a reflection of your worth. People have their reasons for their behavior, and it's often more about them than it is about you. By accepting this, you free yourself from the need for their approval. You start to realize that your value isn't tied to others' opinions. It's rooted in who you are and how you choose to live your life. Lastly, practice gratitude. It might sound odd, but being thankful for what you have can help you detach from what you don't. When you focus on the positives in your life, the negatives, like being ignored, lose their sting. Gratitude shifts your perspective and brings a sense of peace and contentment. It's a powerful antidote to the feelings of hurt and rejection. So, next time you feel ignored, try practicing detachment. Step back, observe, set boundaries, let go of expectations, meditate, accept the situation, and focus on gratitude. It's not about shutting down your emotions, it's about not letting them control you. You'll find that detachment isn't just a way to cope, it's a path to inner freedom and resilience. And in the end, that's what really matters. Number 10, foster compassion. When you're feeling invisible, brushed aside, or outright ignored, the last thing on your mind might be fostering compassion. But stick with me here, because embracing compassion can totally flip the script on how you handle being overlooked. Let's dig into how this works and how you can make it happen in your life. First off, let's get clear on what compassion really is. It's not just about feeling sorry for someone, it's about understanding and empathy. It's about recognizing that everyone has their own struggles and that, sometimes, those struggles make them act in ways that aren't exactly kind or considerate. When someone ignores you, it's usually more about them and their issues than it is about you. Now, think about this. What if you could shift your perspective from feeling hurt to feeling curious? Instead of jumping to conclusions about why you're being ignored, what if you could pause and wonder what might be going on in that person's life? Maybe they're stressed, preoccupied, or dealing with something heavy. This shift from judgment to curiosity opens the door to compassion. Alright, so how do you start fostering this compassion thing? Start with yourself. Seriously, be kind to yourself first. Acknowledge your feelings. Yes, it hurts to be ignored. It's okay to feel that way. But don't stop there. Give yourself a mental hug. Remind yourself that your worth isn't tied to someone else's attention. By nurturing self-compassion, you create a solid foundation to extend that same kindness to others. Next, try this little exercise. Whenever you feel slighted, take a deep breath and silently wish the person well. It might feel a bit odd at first, but it's incredibly powerful. Say something like, "I hope they find peace," or "I wish them well." This simple act shifts your focus from your own hurt to a more generous, empathetic stance. It's like a mini reset button for your emotions. Also, practice active listening when you do interact with others. When someone speaks to you, give them your full attention. This might seem like it has nothing to do with being ignored, but it actually does. By being fully present with others, you cultivate a habit of understanding and empathy. You're training yourself to be more compassionate, which in turn makes it easier to handle those moments when you're the one feeling overlooked. Let's not forget about gratitude. Yeah, gratitude again. It's a biggie. When you're feeling ignored, take a moment to list a few things you're grateful for. It could be anything: a sunny day, a good cup of coffee, a kind word from a friend. Shifting your focus to what you appreciate in life helps balance out the negative emotions. It's hard to feel both grateful and hurt at the same time. Gratitude fosters a positive mindset, making it easier to extend compassion to others. Remember, fostering compassion doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. It's not about excusing bad behavior. It's about understanding that everyone has their own battles and choosing not to take their actions personally. You can still set boundaries and stand up for yourself while being compassionate. In fact, compassion often makes those boundaries clearer and healthier. Lastly, surround yourself with positive influences. Engage with people who lift you up, who inspire you, who show compassion themselves. This environment nurtures your ability to be compassionate. It's like planting yourself in rich, fertile soil. You grow stronger and more resilient. So, the next time you're feeling ignored, try fostering compassion. Start with self-compassion, then extend that kindness outward. Be curious, practice active listening, wish others well, and embrace gratitude. You'll find that compassion isn't just a way to handle being ignored, it's a way to transform your entire outlook on life. And who knows? You might even inspire a little more kindness in the world around you. Number 11, seek mentorship. When you're feeling brushed aside or ignored, it can be a real bummer. But here's a tip straight from the Stoics: seek mentorship. This isn't just about finding someone to give you advice, it's about connecting with someone who can help you grow and see things from a new perspective. Let's dive into why seeking mentorship can be a game changer and how to go about it in a way that feels natural and empowering. First things first, let's talk about why mentorship matters. When you're feeling overlooked, it's easy to get stuck in your own head, replaying the same thoughts and worries over and over. A mentor can break that cycle. They offer fresh insights and a different viewpoint that can help you see your situation more clearly. It's like having a guide who's been through the same rough waters and knows where the safe harbors are. Now, finding a mentor isn't just about picking the first person you see who seems successful. It's about finding someone whose values and experiences resonate with you. Look for someone who embodies qualities you admire, someone who's been where you are and has navigated through it. This connection should feel genuine, not forced. It's less about their title or status and more about their journey and wisdom. So, how do you go about finding a mentor? Start by looking within your own circle. Is there someone at work, in your community, or even a friend of a friend who you respect and feel comfortable approaching? If no one comes to mind, broaden your search. Online communities, professional organizations, and social media platforms can be great places to find potential mentors. Don't be afraid to reach out. Most people are flattered when asked for guidance and happy to share their experiences. When you do find a potential mentor, approach them with respect and authenticity. You're not asking them to solve your problems or make decisions for you. Instead, you're seeking their perspective and advice. Be clear about what you're looking for and why you think they'd be a good fit. A simple, honest request can go a long way. Something like, "I admire your journey and would love to hear more about how you navigated similar challenges," can open the door to a meaningful conversation. Once you've connected with a mentor, be proactive in maintaining that relationship. Show appreciation for their time and insights. Ask thoughtful questions and be genuinely interested in their experiences. Remember, this is a two-way street. While you're learning from them, they're also gaining from the opportunity to reflect on their own journey and share their wisdom. Mentorship isn't just about the big, life-changing advice either. Sometimes, the smallest insights can make the biggest difference. Maybe your mentor shares a book that changed their perspective, or a mantra that keeps them grounded. These little nuggets of wisdom can be incredibly valuable and help you see things in a new light. Another key point is to stay open and flexible. Your mentor might challenge you, push you out of your comfort zone, or suggest ideas you hadn't considered. Embrace this. Growth often happens outside of our comfort zones. Trust that your mentor has your best interests at heart and be willing to explore new paths and perspectives. Lastly, remember that mentorship is a journey, not a destination. It's about ongoing growth and learning. As you evolve, your needs and goals might change, and that's okay. Stay in touch with your mentor, keep them updated on your progress, and continue to seek their guidance as you navigate new challenges and opportunities. In the end, seeking mentorship when you feel ignored isn't just about finding someone to lean on. It's about empowering yourself with new tools, perspectives, and support to navigate life's ups and downs. It's about building a relationship that helps you grow, both personally and professionally. So, next time you're feeling overlooked, reach out, connect, and let the wisdom of a mentor guide you towards a brighter, more confident future. Number 12, invest in new relationships. So, you're feeling overlooked, ignored, maybe even a bit invisible. It stings, doesn't it? But here's the deal, instead of stewing in that funk, why not channel that energy into building new connections? Trust me, it's a game changer. Picture this, you're planting seeds in a fresh, fertile garden. Some won't sprout, and that's okay. The ones that do, though, they can bloom into the most unexpected and vibrant friendships or networks. Let's dive into it. First, shake off that doubt. You're worth knowing, and you have so much to offer. The world is full of people who are just waiting to meet someone like you. Sounds cliché, right? But it's true. Everyone's got their tribe out there. Maybe yours is just around the corner, or one conversation away. Don't let the fear of being ignored by some stop you from being discovered by others. Now, how do you go about this? Start with a clean slate and an open mind. This is your chance to redefine your social landscape. Maybe you've been stuck in the same circles, doing the same old things, getting the same results. Mix it up. Try new activities, join new groups, attend different events. When you step out of your comfort zone, you open up to a world of possibilities. You might find people who share your interests, values, and zest for life. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not just about meeting new people, it's about investing in these budding relationships. And investment, as we know, requires time, effort, and a bit of courage. Don't just show up, engage. Ask questions, share stories, and most importantly, listen. Really listen. People can tell when you're genuinely interested. And when you are, they'll be more inclined to reciprocate. Here's a fun fact: people love to talk about themselves. Use that to your advantage. Be curious. Show them that you value their experiences and perspectives. This isn't about flattery, it's about building authentic connections. And authenticity, my friend, is a magnet. When you're real, people sense it and respond in kind. Speaking of being real, let's address the elephant in the room: vulnerability. It's scary to put yourself out there, especially when you've been burned by indifference before. But here's the kicker: vulnerability is the secret sauce of meaningful relationships. It's what transforms acquaintances into friends. Share a bit of yourself. Your hopes, your fears, your dreams. It's like giving someone a key to your world. If they step in and make themselves at home, you've got a keeper. And hey, not every seed you plant will grow. Some might fizzle out, and that's perfectly fine. Don't take it personally. Remember, not every connection is meant to last forever. Some are just stepping stones, others learning experiences. Keep your heart and mind open, and keep planting those seeds. Also, consider the quality of your interactions. It's not about how many people you meet, but the depth of the connections you make. A handful of genuine relationships can be far more fulfilling than a multitude of shallow ones. So, aim for depth. Seek out those who challenge you, inspire you, and make you laugh. People who bring out the best in you and whom you can be your true self with. Lastly, patience is key. Building new relationships doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, sometimes slow and gradual, but oh so worth it. Stay positive, keep showing up, and be consistent. Over time, you'll find that those initial efforts blossom into rich, rewarding relationships. So, go ahead. Invest in new relationships. It's one of the best ways to counteract the sting of being ignored. Instead of dwelling on those who overlook you, focus on discovering those who see your value. Your social garden will flourish, and you'll find yourself surrounded by the vibrant, nourishing connections you deserve. Number 13, let go of control. Alright, so you've been giving it your all, putting yourself out there, and yet, crickets. Radio silence. It's frustrating, right? But here's a Stoic twist: let go of control. Yep, just let it go. Sounds counterintuitive, but stick with me. Think of control like sand slipping through your fingers. The tighter you grip, the faster it escapes. People's actions, their attention, their reactions, they're all outside your grasp. You can't force someone to notice you, to appreciate you, to respond to you. And honestly, would you even want that kind of fake, forced interaction? Probably not. Now, imagine you're sailing on a vast ocean. You can't control the waves or the wind. You can only adjust your sails. Your thoughts, actions, and reactions, these are your sails. When people ignore you, it's easy to get caught up in trying to change their behavior. But let's face it, you're not a puppeteer pulling strings. You're a sailor navigating your own ship. So, what does letting go look like? It starts with a shift in mindset. Instead of obsessing over how others respond, focus on what you can control. Your thoughts. Your actions. Your peace of mind. When you release the need to control others, you free up a ton of mental space. You stop wasting energy on the impossible and start investing it in the possible. Now, let's talk about that internal dialogue. You know, that voice in your head that's constantly analyzing and overthinking. Silence it. Easier said than done, right? But with practice, it's doable. When that voice starts up, remind yourself, this is outside my control. It's a mental reset button. It shifts your focus from external chaos to internal calm. Speaking of calm, meditation can be your best friend here. Spend a few minutes each day just breathing and being. No expectations, no judgments. Just presence. It's a powerful way to practice letting go. When your mind drifts to those who ignore you, gently bring it back to your breath. It's a simple yet profound practice of regaining control over your inner world. And let's not forget about acceptance. Embrace the fact that not everyone will see your worth. And that's okay. You are not defined by others' perceptions. Your value is intrinsic, not dependent on external validation. When you accept this, you find a sense of freedom. It's like taking off a heavy backpack you didn't realize you were carrying. Also, consider the impact of letting go on your overall well-being. Stress, anxiety, frustration, they all stem from a desire to control the uncontrollable. By releasing that need, you reduce these negative emotions. You create space for peace, joy, and contentment. Life becomes less about wrestling with external forces and more about flowing with the current. In your interactions, practice detachment. Be present, be engaged, but don't cling to outcomes. Offer your time, your words, your kindness, and then step back. Let things unfold naturally. If someone responds positively, great. If not, that's fine too. Your sense of self remains intact either way. Ultimately, letting go of control is about trusting the process. Trust that things will unfold as they should. Trust that you'll attract the right people and opportunities. Trust that your worth isn't tied to external validation. It's about embracing uncertainty with grace and confidence. So next time you feel ignored, remind yourself, I cannot control others, but I can control my response. Let that be your mantra. Sail through the storm with steady hands on your sails, knowing that you're navigating your own course. And remember, sometimes the most profound strength comes from knowing when to let go. Number 14, seek understanding. So, they're giving you the cold shoulder, huh? That can sting. It's easy to jump to conclusions, to let your mind spiral into a vortex of self-doubt and irritation. But here's where the Stoic wisdom kicks in: seek understanding. Instead of letting those negative thoughts take over, dive into the curiosity pool. What's really going on here? First off, pause. Breathe. Don't let the initial wave of emotions drown you. When people ignore you, it's natural to feel a pang of rejection. But often, it's not about you at all. There could be 1,000 reasons behind their silence, and most of them have nothing to do with your worth or actions. Maybe they're swamped with their own issues. Maybe they're lost in their thoughts, dealing with something heavy. Or maybe, just maybe, they didn't even realize they were ignoring you. Start with empathy. Put yourself in their shoes. Imagine what they might be going through. This isn't about excusing rude behavior, it's about gaining perspective. When you shift from judgment to curiosity, the whole vibe changes. You're no longer a victim of their indifference, you're a detective, uncovering the hidden layers of human behavior. Next, consider the context. What's been happening in their life? Have there been any major changes, stressors, or distractions? People aren't always great at communicating their struggles. Sometimes, they're silenced as a scream for help. By seeking to understand, you transform the situation from one of personal offense to one of compassionate inquiry. Communication is key. If the silence bothers you, approach it with openness. Ask gentle, non-confrontational questions. Hey, I've noticed we haven't talked much lately. Is everything okay? This shows you care without being accusatory. It opens the door for honest dialogue. They might appreciate your concern and share what's been on their mind. Or they might not be ready to talk, and that's okay too. The point is, you've reached out with kindness, not judgment. And then there's the art of listening. If they do open up, really listen. Don't just hear words, tune into the emotions behind them. Show empathy and validate their feelings. Sometimes, people just need to feel seen and heard. Your understanding can be a balm for their soul, and it can deepen your connection in unexpected ways. But let's not sugarcoat it. Sometimes, despite your best efforts to understand, people will still ignore you. And that's their choice, their journey. What you can control is how you respond. Instead of stewing in resentment, accept that not every relationship will go the way you want. Some people are meant to be fleeting presences in your life, teaching you lessons about patience, empathy, and self-worth. Seeking understanding also means looking inward. Reflect on your own actions and behaviors. Are there patterns in your interactions that might contribute to the situation? This isn't about blaming yourself, it's about honest self-assessment. Growth often comes from these moments of introspection. Maybe there's something you can adjust, a way to communicate more effectively, or boundaries to set more clearly. Lastly, remember that seeking understanding is a continuous process. It's not a one-time thing but a mindset. Cultivate it daily. Be curious about others' experiences and motivations. Embrace the complexities of human behavior with an open heart and mind. This approach not only helps you deal with being ignored but enriches all your relationships. So, the next time someone seems to be giving you the silent treatment, take a step back. Pause. Seek to understand before jumping to conclusions. Approach the situation with empathy, communicate openly, and listen deeply. And if, after all that, you're still met with silence, accept it with grace. You've done your part. The rest is out of your hands. By seeking understanding, you've already taken the higher path, one that leads to greater peace and wisdom. Number 15, focus on physical health. So, you've been ghosted, left unread, or just plain ignored. It stings, doesn't it? But instead of spiraling into a pit of despair, why not flip the script? Use this as a golden opportunity to focus on something that you can control, your physical health. Trust me, it's a win-win. You feel better, look better, and your mind gets a much-needed break from all the overthinking. First things first, let's talk about exercise. Moving your body is like hitting the reset button on your brain. Whether it's a quick jog, an intense HIIT session, or a peaceful yoga class, getting your blood pumping can do wonders for your mood. Those endorphins are no joke, they're nature's way of giving you a big, comforting hug. Plus, focusing on physical challenges can distract you from the emotional turmoil. It's hard to dwell on someone's silence when you're trying to hold a plank for just 10 more seconds. Mix it up. Don't stick to one routine. Try new workouts, explore different sports, or even dance around your living room to your favorite tunes. The goal is to keep your body guessing and your mind engaged. This variety not only keeps things interesting but also ensures you're working out different muscle groups, promoting overall fitness. It's like giving your body a buffet of health benefits. Now, let's not forget about what you're putting into your body. Nutrition plays a massive role in how you feel. When you eat well, you feel well. Simple as that. So, load up on those veggies, fruits, lean proteins, and whole grains. It's not about dieting or deprivation, it's about nourishing your body with what it needs to thrive. Think of it as self-love on a plate. And hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Water is your best friend. It keeps everything running smoothly, from your skin to your digestion. Plus, staying hydrated can help keep headaches and fatigue at bay, which is crucial when you're already feeling down. So, grab that fancy water bottle and make sipping a habit. Sleep, don't underestimate it. Your body repairs and rejuvenates itself while you snooze. Lack of sleep can amplify negative emotions and make you more sensitive to stress. Aim for those golden 7 to 9 hours a night. Create a bedtime routine that signals to your body it's time to wind down. Maybe it's a warm bath, some light reading, or a few minutes of meditation. Find what works for you and stick to it. Speaking of meditation, let's dive into the mind-body connection. Practicing mindfulness can help you stay present and reduce anxiety. It's like giving your brain a spa day. Start with just a few minutes a day. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and focus on your breath. When your mind wanders, and it will gently bring it back. This simple practice can make a huge difference in how you handle being ignored. And hey, let's not forget about pampering yourself. Treat your body to some TLC. Maybe it's a massage, a long soak in the tub, or simply stretching out those tight muscles. Taking care of your physical self sends a powerful message to your mind: you matter. You're worth the effort. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine. Take the stairs instead of the elevator, walk or bike instead of driving, and stand up and stretch during work breaks. These small changes add up and keep you moving throughout the day. Finally, remember that focusing on your physical health isn't just a distraction, it's a foundation for resilience. When your body feels strong, your mind follows suit. You're better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way, including being ignored. You become more grounded, more centered, and more confident. And who knows? Along this journey, you might even discover a passion for fitness or a new favorite healthy recipe. So, next time someone's indifference starts to get under your skin, lace up those sneakers, grab a smoothie, and hit the reset button on your health. You've got this. Your body and mind will thank you. In the last section, let's go over the daily routine of one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, Marcus Aurelius. Number 1. Morning reflection. Imagine starting your day not with a rush, but with a quiet moment of introspection. For Marcus, this wasn't just about planning his day, it was about grounding himself in his principles, preparing his mind for whatever challenges lay ahead. Picture the scene. The sun hasn't quite peaked over the horizon yet. The world is still wrapped in that peaceful pre-dawn hush. Marcus, our wise philosopher emperor, is already awake. Instead of grabbing his toga and dashing off to deal with the affairs of the empire, he takes a few precious moments for himself. This isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. He starts by contemplating the virtues he wants to embody throughout the day. Patience, kindness, wisdom. He knows the world is chaotic and unpredictable, and he braces himself mentally. Today, he might think, I will face ignorance, ingratitude, and selfishness. But I will not be moved from my path. This isn't about expecting the worst, it's about preparing himself to stay true to his values no matter what. Now, Marcus didn't just think about virtues in the abstract. He personalized them. He'd reflect on specific situations where he could apply these virtues. Maybe he had a meeting with a troublesome senator or a public address to make. He'd visualize these moments, seeing himself acting with patience and wisdom. By doing this, he wasn't just preparing to react, he was setting his intentions. It's like an ancient form of mental rehearsal. But his reflections weren't just about the future. He'd also take stock of the past. How did he handle yesterday's challenges? Did he act according to his principles, or were there moments of weakness? This isn't about self-criticism, it's about learning and growth. Marcus would acknowledge his shortcomings not to berate himself, but to understand and improve. It's a gentle, yet firm, self-accountability. Sometimes, his morning reflections would delve into deeper philosophical questions. What does it mean to live a good life? How can he serve others better? These aren't questions with easy answers, but pondering them daily helped Marcus stay connected to a sense of purpose. It's a reminder that life is more than the sum of daily tasks, it's about striving for something higher, something more meaningful. And then there's the gratitude. Amidst all his responsibilities and worries, Marcus always found things to be grateful for. Maybe it was the loyalty of a friend, the beauty of nature, or simply the fact that he was alive and able to make a difference. Gratitude wasn't just a feel-good exercise for him, it was a way to maintain perspective and humility. It reminded him that, despite his power, he was still part of a larger, interconnected world. Let's not forget the practical side of things. This morning routine wasn't some elaborate, time-consuming ritual. It was simple and straightforward. Marcus probably spent just a few minutes in quiet contemplation, yet those minutes were profoundly impactful. They set the tone for his entire day, helping him approach his duties with a clear mind and a steady heart. In today's fast-paced world, taking time for morning reflection might seem like a luxury. But think about it, even a few minutes of intentional thought can transform your mindset. Instead of rushing into the day feeling overwhelmed, you can start with clarity and purpose. It's about reclaiming a bit of peace and perspective before the chaos hits. So, next time your alarm goes off, resist the urge to jump out of bed immediately. Take a moment, breathe, and reflect. Channel your inner Marcus Aurelius. Consider the kind of person you want to be today and the virtues you want to embody. Acknowledge the challenges that may come your way and prepare yourself to face them with grace and resilience. And don't forget to find something to be grateful for. It's a small practice with a big impact, one that built the foundation for one of history's greatest minds. Number 2, mindfulness and presence. Marcus Aurelius knew the power of mindfulness in being present in each moment. It wasn't just a practice, it was a way of life, a secret weapon that helped him navigate the chaos of ruling an empire. Let's dive into how you can bring a little bit of Marcus's mindfulness into your daily routine. First off, let's talk about mindfulness. It's not some new age trend or a buzzword you see plastered everywhere. No, it's about being right here, right now. Picture Marcus sitting quietly in his chamber, taking a few deep breaths, and tuning into the present. He wasn't thinking about the battles of yesterday or the politics of tomorrow. He was focused on the now, the very moment he was living. So, how can you adopt this ancient practice in today's fast-paced world? Start simple. When you wake up, before reaching for your phone, take a moment to just be. Feel the sheets around you, notice your breathing, listen to the sounds outside your window. It might seem small, but these tiny moments of awareness can set the tone for your entire day. Another key aspect of mindfulness is being aware of your thoughts without getting lost in them. Marcus Aurelius was big on this. In his journal, Meditations, he often reminded himself to observe his thoughts like a passing parade. He didn't judge them or get carried away by them. He just noticed them and let them go. You can do this too. Throughout your day, take a few minutes to check in with your mind. Are you dwelling on a mistake you made? Are you worrying about something that hasn't happened yet? Catch yourself in these moments, and gently bring your focus back to the present. It's like training a puppy, it takes patience, but it's worth it. Now, let's talk about presence. Being present means giving your full attention to whatever you're doing. Marcus wasn't multitasking when he was addressing his army or meeting with his advisors. He was fully engaged, fully there. This kind of presence can transform even the most mundane tasks into something meaningful. Try this. Next time you're having a conversation, put down your phone, look the other person in the eye, and really listen. It's amazing how much deeper your connections can become when you're fully present. Or, when you're working on a project, give it your undivided attention. Notice the details, immerse yourself in the process. You'll find that not only do you get more done, but the quality of your work improves too. Being mindful and present also means being kind to yourself. Marcus knew that being harsh or critical of oneself was counterproductive. Instead, he practiced self-compassion. He understood that mistakes are part of the journey, and each moment is a chance to start fresh. If you slip up, don't beat yourself up. Acknowledge it, learn from it, and move on. This self-kindness is a cornerstone of mindfulness. It's about treating yourself with the same gentleness and understanding that you would offer a friend. Incorporating mindfulness and presence into your daily routine doesn't require drastic changes. It's about those small, consistent practices that add up over time. Start with a few minutes of quiet in the morning. Be aware of your thoughts throughout the day. Give your full attention to your tasks, and be kind to yourself. Marcus Aurelius wasn't a superhero, he was a human being like you and me. What set him apart was his dedication to living mindfully and being present in every moment. By following his example, you can cultivate a sense of peace and purpose in your own life, no matter what challenges come your way. Number 3, physical exercise. When it comes to physical exercise, Marcus Aurelius wasn't just about lifting weights or running miles. His routine was all about balance, discipline, and embracing the struggle. Picture him rising at dawn, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. The world is quiet, and the air is fresh. This is the perfect time for movement, to awaken the body and sharpen the mind. Marcus started with simple, yet effective, exercises. Think of stretching, reaching for the sky, and bending to touch the ground. These movements weren't just about flexibility, they were about feeling every muscle, every joint, and becoming aware of his physical presence. It's like he was tuning his body like a finely crafted instrument. Next, he would move on to more vigorous activities. Imagine him practicing wrestling or maybe shadowboxing, not in a competitive way, but as a form of discipline. He knew that pushing his body to its limits would strengthen not only his muscles but also his willpower. The sweat, the strain, the occasional stumble, these were all part of the process. Marcus embraced the challenge, knowing that each drop of sweat was a testament to his commitment. Breathing exercises were also a crucial part of his routine. Deep, controlled breaths, in and out, focusing on the rhythm. This wasn't just about oxygenating his body, it was about centering his mind. Each breath was a reminder to stay present, to be mindful of the moment. It's almost meditative, blending physical exertion with mental clarity. And then there's the element of nature. Marcus Aurelius often took his exercise outdoors, under the vast Roman sky. The connection with nature was integral to his routine. The feeling of the earth beneath his feet, the breeze on his face, the sounds of the world waking up around him, all these elements grounded him. It was a reminder that he was part of something larger, something natural and enduring. But it wasn't all about intense workouts. Marcus knew the importance of rest and recovery. After his morning exertions, he would take time to cool down, perhaps with a walk through his garden or a quiet moment of reflection. This balance between activity and rest was crucial. It prevented burnout and ensured that his body remained in peak condition, ready to face the demands of leadership. Marcus Aurelius's approach to physical exercise wasn't about vanity or achieving a certain look. It was about cultivating resilience, discipline, and a deep connection with his own body. Every stretch, every step, every breath was a step on the path to personal mastery. It was a daily practice of pushing his limits and embracing the discomfort, knowing that this was the way to true strength. So, the next time you think about exercise, channel a bit of Marcus Aurelius. Feel the ground beneath your feet, take a deep breath, and remember that physical strength is as much about the mind as it is about the body. Embrace the challenge, and let each movement be a testament to your own journey of self-improvement. Number 4, simple diet. Alright, let's talk about something that's both timeless and surprisingly relevant today, Marcus Aurelius's approach to food. Now, this guy wasn't just a powerful emperor and a deep thinker, he also knew the value of simplicity, especially when it came to his diet. Imagine you're Marcus. You're running an empire, dealing with all sorts of political drama, and still finding time to ponder the meaning of life. The last thing you want is to be bogged down by elaborate meals and indulgent feasts. For Marcus, eating was about nourishment, pure and simple. So, what did his typical meal look like? Think basic, straightforward, nothing fancy. Marcus wasn't interested in gourmet dishes or lavish banquets. He preferred simple, wholesome foods that provided the energy he needed without the fuss. Picture a plate with a few fresh ingredients, maybe some bread, a bit of cheese, some fruit, and vegetables. That's it. No rich sauces, no intricate recipes, just plain, honest food. Why such simplicity, you ask? Well, for one, Marcus believed in moderation. He understood that overindulgence could lead to sluggishness, both in body and mind. By keeping his diet simple, he maintained clarity and focus. It's like giving your body clean fuel so your engine runs smoothly. No need for the premium stuff that might clog up the works. Another reason for his straightforward eating habits was mindfulness. Eating simply allowed Marcus to stay present. When your meal is uncomplicated, you can really appreciate the flavors and textures of each bite. It's about savoring the moment and being grateful for what you have. Plus, it's a reminder that life's pleasures don't always come from extravagance. Sometimes, the most basic things can bring the most satisfaction. Marcus also saw food as a means to an end, not the end itself. He ate to live, not live to eat. This philosophy kept him grounded and focused on his duties and his personal growth. By not getting caught up in culinary excess, he freed up mental space to think about more important matters, like how to be a just ruler and a better human being. Now, don't get the wrong idea, Marcus wasn't some ascetic monk depriving himself of all joy. He knew how to enjoy his food, but he did so with a sense of balance. A simple diet doesn't mean a boring one. Fresh bread, ripe fruits, and crisp vegetables can be incredibly satisfying. It's all about appreciating the natural goodness of food without the need for embellishment. This approach to eating also reflected his Stoic values. Stoicism teaches the importance of self-control and resilience. By choosing a simple diet, Marcus practiced these principles daily. He wasn't swayed by the temptations of luxury or excess. Instead, he stayed true to his belief in living a life of virtue and discipline. Let's not overlook the practical benefits. A simple diet is easy to maintain. There's less time spent on preparation and more time available for other pursuits. For someone with Marcus's responsibilities, this was crucial. It's a lesson that's still relevant today. Sometimes, simplicity is the key to managing a busy life. In today's world, with its endless array of food choices and dietary trends, Marcus's approach might seem a bit old-fashioned. But there's a lot of wisdom in it. Eating simply isn't about depriving yourself, it's about finding balance and appreciating the essentials. It's a way to nourish your body and mind without getting lost in the distractions of modern life. So next time you're planning a meal, think of Marcus Aurelius. Consider how a simple, wholesome diet could bring a bit of clarity and calm to your day. It's not about following a strict regimen or cutting out all the fun. It's about making mindful choices that support your well-being and help you stay focused on what truly matters. After all, if it worked for one of history's greatest minds, there's probably something to it. Number 5. Meditation. Imagine starting your day with a few moments of stillness, tuning out the noise of the world. That's exactly what Marcus did. He'd carve out time, amidst all his duties, to sit quietly and reflect. This wasn't about achieving some mystical state of enlightenment, it was more about grounding himself, connecting with his inner thoughts, and setting the tone for the day. So, picture Marcus, maybe sitting in a quiet room or perhaps in a serene spot in the palace gardens. The morning air is cool and crisp, and the world is just waking up. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and lets his mind settle. This is his time to disconnect from the chaos of the outside world and reconnect with his inner self. His meditation practice was all about mindfulness and presence. He'd focus on his breathing, feeling each inhale and exhale. Sometimes, he'd reflect on a piece of wisdom or a Stoic principle. Maybe it was something simple like the transient nature of life or the importance of living in accordance with virtue. These weren't just abstract thoughts, they were guiding principles that shaped his actions and decisions. Marcus's meditations often involved a bit of self-examination, too. He'd think about his actions and attitudes, reflecting on how he could improve. It wasn't about beating himself up over mistakes, but about honest self-assessment and growth. What did he do well yesterday? Where could he have done better? These reflections helped him stay on the path of self-improvement, always striving to be a better version of himself. One of the key aspects of his meditation was focusing on what he could control and letting go of what he couldn't. As an emperor, there were countless things outside his control: political upheavals, natural disasters, the actions of others. But instead of getting stressed about these things, he focused on his own responses and actions. It's a liberating mindset, one that brings a sense of peace and clarity. Marcus also used his meditation time to cultivate gratitude. Even with all his responsibilities and pressures, he found things to be thankful for. Maybe it was the loyalty of a friend, the beauty of nature, or simply the fact that he was alive and able to make a difference. This practice of gratitude helped him maintain a positive outlook and stay connected to the present moment. And here's the thing, his meditation wasn't a rigid, formal practice. It was flexible, adapting to his needs and the demands of his life. Sometimes it was a few minutes in the morning, other times, it might be a brief pause during the day or a reflective moment before bed. The key was consistency and the intention behind it. Now, let's talk about the benefits. Meditation helped Marcus stay calm and focused, even in the face of challenges. It gave him a sense of inner strength and resilience. By taking time to reflect and connect with his inner self, he was better equipped to handle the demands of leadership and life. In today's fast-paced world, meditation can offer the same benefits. It's a chance to pause, breathe, and reconnect with yourself. It doesn't have to be complicated or time-consuming. Even a few minutes of mindful breathing or reflection can make a big difference. It's about creating a small oasis of peace in the midst of the daily hustle. So, if you're feeling overwhelmed or scattered, take a page from Marcus Aurelius's book. Find a quiet spot, close your eyes, and breathe. Reflect on what matters to you, let go of what you can't control, and embrace the present moment. It's a simple practice with profound effects, one that can help you navigate life with a bit more clarity and calm. After all, if it worked for Marcus, there's a good chance it can work for you too. Number 6. Reading philosophy. Let's talk about one of Marcus Aurelius's favorite pastimes, reading philosophy. Picture this, a powerful emperor, yet he finds solace in the pages of philosophical texts. Why? Because, for Marcus, philosophy wasn't just academic fluff, it was a guide for living a better life. Imagine Marcus, amidst the hustle and bustle of ruling an empire, carving out quiet moments to immerse himself in philosophical works. He wasn't just reading for the sake of knowledge, he was seeking wisdom, looking for insights to apply to his daily life. Philosophy, to him, was like a trusted advisor, always there with timeless advice. Marcus had his favorite texts and philosophers. Works of Stoic thinkers like Epictetus and Seneca were his go-to reads. These weren't just dry, theoretical writings, they were practical guides on how to live virtuously and handle life's challenges. He'd dive into these texts, absorbing their teachings, reflecting on their meanings, and pondering how they applied to his own experiences. Reading philosophy was like having a conversation with these great minds. Imagine sitting down with a wise mentor, listening to their words, and then reflecting on how those words resonate with your own life. That's what it was like for Marcus. He'd read a passage, maybe something about the impermanence of life or the importance of self-control, and then he'd mull it over, letting the wisdom seep into his thoughts. One of the beauties of philosophy is that it provides a different perspective. It challenges your assumptions, makes you think deeply, and sometimes even makes you uncomfortable. Marcus embraced this. He didn't shy away from difficult ideas, he welcomed them. They helped him grow, evolve, and become a better leader in person. His reading sessions weren't always long and drawn out. Sometimes, it was just a few lines or a short passage that he'd carry with him throughout the day, reflecting on it during quiet moments. This way, the teachings of philosophy were always at the forefront of his mind, guiding his actions and decisions. Philosophy also helped Marcus cultivate a sense of inner peace. It reminded him of what truly mattered and helped him maintain his focus on his values and principles. In the chaotic world of politics and power, these philosophical insights were like a grounding force, keeping him steady and centered. But it wasn't all serious and somber. Philosophy also brought a sense of joy and wonder. The beauty of exploring profound ideas, the thrill of discovering new insights, it was intellectually stimulating and emotionally fulfilling. It added a richness to his life that went beyond the material and the mundane. Now, think about how this applies to us today. In our fast-paced, often chaotic lives, reading philosophy can offer a similar refuge. It's a chance to step back, reflect, and gain perspective. You don't have to be an emperor to appreciate the wisdom of ancient thinkers. Their teachings are just as relevant now as they were back then. So, next time you're feeling overwhelmed or lost, pick up a book of philosophy. Start with something simple, maybe a few quotes or a short essay. Let the words sink in, reflect on them, and see how they resonate with your own experiences. You might find, as Marcus did, that these ancient teachings offer timeless wisdom and a sense of calm amidst the storm. In essence, reading philosophy isn't just about gaining knowledge, it's about finding guidance and inspiration for living a better life. It's about connecting with the wisdom of the past to navigate the present with more clarity and purpose. And who knows? Maybe it will help you build a daily routine that's just as enriching and grounding as the one that sustained Marcus Aurelius. Number 7. Engaging in governance. Alright, let's dive into one of the most crucial parts of Marcus Aurelius's daily routine, engaging in governance. Now, being an emperor wasn't a walk in the park. Imagine waking up each day with the weight of an entire empire on your shoulders. Yet, Marcus didn't just see it as a burden, he viewed it as his duty, his purpose. So, picture Marcus starting his day, not just with contemplation and meditation, but readying himself for the challenges of leading. The moment he steps into his role, it's game on. Meetings, decisions, conflicts, all part of the job. But here's the thing, Marcus approached governance with a mindset grounded in philosophy and virtue. First up, he'd gather his advisors. Picture a room filled with the wisest, most experienced minds of the empire. Marcus valued their input, not because he lacked his own ideas, but because he believed in collective wisdom. He'd listen, ask questions, and weigh their advice carefully. This wasn't about power plays or ego, it was about making the best decisions for the people he served. Now, governance wasn't just about big, dramatic decisions. It was also about the nitty-gritty, the everyday matters that kept the empire running smoothly. Marcus paid attention to details. He'd review reports, address administrative issues, and ensure that the machinery of the state was well-oiled and efficient. It's like tuning an instrument, you have to get all the little things right to make beautiful music. Conflict resolution was another big part of his day. Imagine dealing with disputes between senators, quelling uprisings, or addressing the grievances of the common folk. Marcus approached these issues with a calm, measured demeanor. He didn't rush to judgment or let emotions cloud his decisions. Instead, he'd seek to understand all sides, applying his philosophical insights to find fair and just solutions. But it wasn't all about putting out fires. Marcus also focused on long-term planning. He'd think about the future of the empire, strategizing on matters like defense, infrastructure, and social policies. This forward-thinking approach helped ensure stability and prosperity, not just for his reign but for generations to come. He was always looking at the bigger picture, the greater good. And let's not forget his interactions with the people. Marcus believed in staying connected to those he ruled. He'd make time to listen to their concerns, understand their needs, and address their issues. This wasn't just about being a good ruler, it was about staying grounded, remembering that his power came with the responsibility to serve. Throughout all these tasks, Marcus maintained a stoic calm. He didn't let the pressures of governance overwhelm him. Instead, he relied on his inner resources, his philosophy, his virtues, his sense of duty. It's like having an internal compass that always points north, guiding him through even the stormiest seas. And there was a personal touch to his governance. Marcus didn't see himself as above others, he viewed himself as a part of the greater whole. He led by example, embodying the values he preached. His integrity, humility, and dedication inspired those around him. It's a reminder that true leadership isn't about commanding from above, but about guiding and uplifting those you lead. So, what can we learn from Marcus's approach to governance? It's about balancing the big and small, the immediate and the future, the individual and the collective. It's about leading with wisdom, humility, and a deep sense of responsibility. Whether you're managing a team, running a business, or just navigating your daily life, these principles can guide you. In today's fast-paced world, the idea of thoughtful, measured governance might seem old-fashioned. But maybe that's exactly what we need. A reminder that leadership is about more than just making decisions, it's about making the right decisions, with integrity and foresight. And who better to show us the way than Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king who mastered the art of governance while staying true to his principles. Number 8. Embracing solitude. Alright, let's talk about solitude. Not the kind where you feel lonely, but the kind that rejuvenates your spirit and clears your mind. Marcus Aurelius, the legendary Roman emperor, knew the immense value of embracing solitude. He wasn't afraid to be alone, and he made sure to carve out moments of solitude amidst the chaos of his life. But why was this so important to him, and how can you bring a bit of this ancient wisdom into your daily grind? Think of solitude as a reset button. It's those moments where you step away from the noise, the hustle, the constant demands of life. Imagine Marcus taking a step back from his duties, finding a quiet spot, and just being. He understood that in the stillness, he could find clarity, reflect on his thoughts, and gain a deeper understanding of himself. You don't need a palace or a grand setting to embrace solitude. It can be as simple as finding a quiet corner in your home, or a peaceful spot in a park. The key is to make it a regular part of your routine. Maybe it's the first thing you do in the morning, or a ritual before bed. The important thing is to make that time sacred, just for you. During these moments, allow yourself to disconnect. Leave your phone, your laptop, and any distractions behind. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and let the silence envelop you. This isn't about meditating or following any strict rules. It's about giving your mind a break, letting your thoughts flow freely, and simply enjoying your own company. Solitude also gives you the space to process your emotions. Marcus Aurelius used his alone time to reflect on his feelings, his decisions, and his actions. He would write in his journal, pouring out his thoughts without fear of judgment. This practice helped him gain insights, understand his motivations, and ultimately, grow as a person. You can do this too. Grab a notebook or open a blank document on your computer and just write. Don't worry about grammar, spelling, or making it perfect. Let your thoughts spill out onto the page. You might be surprised at what you discover about yourself. Another beautiful aspect of solitude is that it allows you to reconnect with your passions. Marcus wasn't just an emperor, he was a philosopher, a thinker, a lover of wisdom. In his solitary moments, he would delve into his studies, read, and contemplate. This not only enriched his mind but also fueled his soul. What are the things you love but never seem to have time for? Maybe it's reading a book, drawing, playing music, or simply daydreaming. Use your solitude to indulge in these passions. It's not wasted time, it's essential for your well-being and happiness. Solitude can also help you make better decisions. In the quiet, you can think more clearly, weigh your options, and listen to your intuition. Marcus Aurelius made some of his most important decisions during his solitary reflections. He knew that stepping away from the noise allowed him to see things more objectively, without the influence of others. So, next time you're faced with a tough choice, find a quiet place, and spend some time alone with your thoughts. Trust that inner voice. It's often wiser than you think. Embracing solitude is like giving yourself a gift. It's a time to recharge, reflect, and reconnect with who you truly are. Marcus Aurelius thrived on these moments, and so can you. It's not about being alone, it's about finding peace in your own company and using that time to become the best version of yourself. So go ahead, carve out a little solitude in your day. You might find that it's the most rewarding part of your routine, a time where you can truly be yourself, free from the demands and distractions of the world. Embrace it, cherish it, and let it nourish your soul. Number 9. Limiting luxury. Next, let's dive into something a bit surprising, limiting luxury. You might think, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, living a life without luxury? Really? Yes, really. Even though he had access to all the riches and comforts of the empire, Marcus chose a simpler path. He believed that luxury could cloud judgment, dull the senses, and weaken the spirit. So, what can we learn from his approach to living with less? Imagine Marcus waking up in his modest quarters, not a palace filled with gold and extravagance. He understood that true strength came from within, not from the trappings of wealth. So, he kept things simple. You don't need to go full-on minimalist, but taking a page from his book might just lead to a more fulfilling life. Let's start with your morning routine. Instead of indulging in the latest gadgets or the trendiest breakfast, opt for something basic yet nourishing. Maybe it's a simple bowl of oats or a fresh piece of fruit. It's not about depriving yourself, it's about appreciating the essentials and realizing you don't need much to start your day right. Marcus often wore plain clothes, shunning the extravagant garments that marked his status. This wasn't because he couldn't afford luxury, but because he wanted to remain grounded. He knew that the value of a person didn't lie in their appearance but in their character. How about adopting a similar mindset? Focus on comfort and functionality in your wardrobe. Wear what feels good, what makes you move freely and confidently, rather than what impresses others. When it comes to possessions, Marcus kept it simple. He wasn't attached to things. In today's world, it's easy to get caught up in the cycle of wanting more, the latest phone, the fanciest car, the biggest house. But Marcus teaches us that these things can end up owning us. Take a moment to look around your living space. Are there items you don't really need, things that just take up space? Consider decluttering, keeping only what adds value to your life. You'll find a sense of freedom in having less. Now, let's talk about entertainment. Marcus didn't spend his time seeking constant amusement. He valued learning, reflection, and meaningful conversations. Instead of binge-watching the latest show or scrolling endlessly through social media, try engaging in activities that enrich your mind. Read a thought-provoking book, write down your thoughts, or have a deep chat with a friend. These experiences leave you feeling more fulfilled than any fleeting entertainment. Food and drink, another area where Marcus exercised restraint. He enjoyed simple, wholesome meals, not extravagant feasts. It's easy to overindulge in rich, sugary, or fatty foods, especially when they're so readily available. But taking a cue from Marcus, you might find joy in savoring simpler, healthier meals. It's not about strict dieting, it's about finding balance and appreciating the nourishment that comes from natural, whole foods. Limiting luxury isn't about punishing yourself or living in deprivation. It's about finding joy in simplicity and strength and restraint. Marcus Aurelius understood that the more you have, the more you stand to lose, and that true contentment comes from within. By focusing on what truly matters, your health, your relationships, your personal growth, you can lead a richer, more meaningful life without the need for excess. So, give it a try. Simplify your routines, declutter your space, and focus on the essentials. You might be surprised at how liberating it feels. By embracing the philosophy of less, you can create a life filled with more peace, more clarity, more genuine happiness. Just like Marcus Aurelius, you can build a strong, resilient spirit by limiting luxury and finding joy in the simple things. Number 10. Managing emotions. You might think that Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic Roman emperor, was always calm and collected. But nope, he faced emotional storms just like us. What set him apart was how he managed those emotions. He didn't let them control him. Instead, he mastered the art of understanding and navigating them. So, how did Marcus handle his feelings? First off, he acknowledged them. He didn't pretend they didn't exist. Imagine him taking a quiet moment in his chamber, reflecting on a stressful day. He'd notice his anger, frustration, or sadness, but instead of letting these feelings dictate his actions, he observed them with a kind of detached curiosity. You can do this too. Next time you're feeling overwhelmed, pause for a moment. Take a few deep breaths and just sit with your emotions. Don't try to push them away or judge them. Simply notice what you're feeling. This simple act of acknowledgement can be incredibly powerful. It's like saying to yourself, hey, it's okay to feel this way. Marcus also used a technique we'd call reframing today. He would look at a situation from different angles, trying to see it in a new light. Suppose he faced a setback. Instead of seeing it as a failure, he viewed it as an opportunity to learn and grow. He'd ask himself, what can I take away from this? How can this make me stronger? You can try this when you're faced with a tough situation. Instead of getting stuck in negative thinking, challenge yourself to find a silver lining. Ask yourself what you can learn from the experience or how it might help you in the future. This shift in perspective can make a huge difference. Another thing Marcus was big on was self-control. He believed that while you can't always control what happens to you, you can control how you react. Imagine Marcus receiving bad news. Instead of flying off the handle, he'd take a moment to compose himself, think things through, and respond calmly and rationally. Practicing self-control doesn't mean suppressing your emotions. It means giving yourself the space to respond thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Next time you're in a heated moment, try to take a step back. Count to 10, take a deep breath, or walk away for a few minutes. Give yourself that buffer to think clearly before you act. Marcus also leaned heavily on the power of gratitude. He regularly reminded himself of the good things in his life, even when times were tough. This practice helped him maintain a balanced outlook and kept negative emotions in check. You can cultivate gratitude too. Take a few minutes each day to reflect on what you're thankful for. It doesn't have to be big things, even the small joys count. This simple habit can shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, making it easier to manage difficult emotions. Another gem from Marcus's playbook is acceptance. He knew that some things are beyond our control, and fighting against them only leads to more frustration. Instead, he practiced accepting reality as it is. This doesn't mean giving up or being passive. It's about recognizing what you can change and what you can't. When you face something beyond your control, try to let go of the struggle. Focus on what you can influence and accept what you can't. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that managing emotions isn't about being emotionless. It's about understanding your feelings, learning from them, and responding in ways that align with your values. By acknowledging your emotions, reframing situations, practicing self-control, cultivating gratitude, and embracing acceptance, you can navigate life's ups and downs with a calm and steady mind. Just like Marcus, you can build emotional resilience and find peace amidst the chaos. So, give it a shot. Embrace your emotions, learn from them, and let them guide you toward becoming a stronger, more balanced person. You'll find that managing your emotions, like Marcus, can lead to a richer, more fulfilling life. Number 11, learning and growth. As mentioned earlier, Marcus was a big fan of reading. He devoured books on philosophy, history, and everything in between. But he didn't just read for the sake of it. He read to understand, to challenge his thoughts, and to grow. Picture him in his study, a candle flickering, deeply engrossed in a scroll. He wasn't after quick entertainment or flashy knowledge. No, he sought wisdom that would shape his character and his decisions. You can do this too. Make time for reading every day. Choose books that challenge you, that make you think deeply. It doesn't have to be heavy philosophy all the time. Just pick something that sparks your curiosity and pushes you to see the world in new ways. But learning isn't just about reading. Marcus also learned from the people around him. He observed, listened, and asked questions. Imagine him walking through the gardens, engaging in deep conversations with his advisors and friends. He wasn't afraid to admit what he didn't know and always sought to expand his understanding. You can adopt this habit by being curious and open-minded in your interactions. Ask questions, seek different perspectives, and really listen. Every person you meet has something to teach you, even if it's just a small insight. Make it a point to learn from everyone around you. Another key aspect of Marcus's growth was reflection. He often took time to reflect on his experiences and what he learned from them. Picture him in the quiet of his room, writing in his journal, pondering the events of the day. This reflection helped him internalize his lessons and grow wiser with each passing day. Try incorporating reflection into your routine. At the end of the day, take a few minutes to think about what you've learned. What went well? What didn't? How can you do better tomorrow? Writing down your thoughts can be incredibly powerful. It helps you process your experiences and see your growth over time. Marcus also believed in the power of practice. He didn't just learn and reflect, he put his knowledge into action. He practiced what he preached, living out the principles he valued. He knew that true growth comes from applying what you've learned and consistently striving to be better. You can do the same. Don't just absorb knowledge, put it into practice. If you read about a new way to manage stress, try it out. If you learn about a different perspective, consider it in your decisions. Make learning an active part of your life, not just a passive activity. Finally, Marcus embraced the idea of lifelong learning. He didn't see growth as a destination but as a journey. He knew that there was always more to learn, more ways to grow. This mindset kept him humble and driven, always seeking to improve. Adopt this mindset. See every day as an opportunity to learn something new, to grow a little more. It doesn't matter how much you already know or how skilled you are. There's always room for growth, always another layer to uncover. So, follow Marcus's lead. Dive into books, learn from those around you, reflect on your experiences, put your knowledge into practice, and embrace lifelong learning. By making these habits part of your daily routine, you'll find yourself growing in ways you never imagined. Just like Marcus Aurelius, you can build a life of continuous learning and personal growth, becoming wiser and more fulfilled with each passing day. Number 12, acts of kindness. Picture this: the early morning sun is just beginning to cast its golden glow over the city. Marcus, fresh from his morning exercise, is not just thinking about his duties or the affairs of the empire. No, he's contemplating the simple yet profound impact of kindness. For Marcus, acts of kindness weren't grand gestures but small, consistent actions that wove a tapestry of goodwill and strength. As he walked through the palace corridors, he'd greet everyone with genuine warmth, from the highest-ranking officials to the humblest servants. His greetings weren't mere formalities but moments of connection. A kind word here, a smile there, these were Marcus's way of acknowledging the humanity in everyone he met. It was about making people feel seen and valued, no matter their status. Throughout the day, Marcus would find ways to help others. Maybe it was offering a piece of advice to a troubled senator or lending a listening ear to someone in need. These acts of kindness weren't about showing off his wisdom but about genuinely caring for the well-being of those around him. He understood that everyone has their struggles, and a bit of compassion could make a world of difference. Kindness also found its way into his decisions and policies. Marcus knew that true leadership wasn't about ruling with an iron fist but about empathy and understanding. He'd consider the impact of his decisions on the common people, striving to make choices that would improve their lives. This wasn't always easy, but for Marcus, kindness was a guiding star, helping him navigate the complexities of governance. But it wasn't just about public acts. Marcus believed in quiet, personal gestures of kindness too. Perhaps he would take a moment to write a thoughtful note to a friend or family member, expressing his appreciation and love. These small, personal touches were his way of nurturing relationships and spreading positivity. It was about planting seeds of kindness that would grow and flourish over time. And let's not forget self-kindness. Marcus knew the importance of being gentle with himself. He understood that self-criticism and harsh judgment wouldn't lead to growth. Instead, he practiced self-compassion, acknowledging his flaws and mistakes but also celebrating his efforts and progress. This balance allowed him to remain resilient and maintain his inner peace. In the evenings, as the day wound down, Marcus would reflect on his actions. He'd think about the kindness he had shown and received, understanding that these small acts were the true measures of a life well lived. This reflection wasn't about tallying up good deeds but about recognizing the interconnectedness of all humans and the ripple effects of kindness. So, as you go about your day, channel a bit of Marcus Aurelius. Let kindness guide your actions, whether big or small. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand to someone in need, or simply be gentle with yourself. Remember that every act of kindness, no matter how small, contributes to a world that is a little bit brighter and a little bit better. Embrace the power of kindness, and let it be the heartbeat of your daily routine, just as it was for Marcus Aurelius. Number 13, journaling. Imagine Marcus Aurelius, sitting quietly in his study, the flicker of candlelight casting dancing shadows on the walls. The city outside is bustling with the day's activities, but here, in this serene corner, it's just Marcus and his thoughts. He picks up his pen, feeling the smooth, familiar weight of it in his hand. The act of journaling isn't just a task, it's a ritual, a sacred practice. Marcus starts by reflecting on the day. He doesn't just jot down events but dives deep into his experiences. How did he feel during that intense debate with the Senate? What emotions surfaced when he interacted with his family? It's about peeling back the layers, understanding not just what happened but why it mattered. His journal becomes a mirror, reflecting his true self, free from the facade he might wear during the day. Sometimes, he writes about his challenges. Leading an empire isn't a walk in the park, after all. There are decisions that weigh heavily on his mind, conflicts that gnaw at his peace. By putting these thoughts on paper, Marcus finds clarity. It's like untangling a knot, each word loosening the tension, making the complex simple, the chaotic orderly. But journaling isn't just about problems. Marcus also celebrates his victories, however small they might be. Maybe he handled a tricky situation with grace or showed kindness when it wasn't easy. These moments of self-recognition fuel his spirit, reminding him of his strengths. It's a quiet pat on the back, an acknowledgement that he's on the right path. Then, there are the musings on philosophy. Marcus often contemplates the teachings of Stoicism, scribbling down quotes, reflecting on their meanings. What does it mean to live a virtuous life? How can one remain calm amidst the storm? His journal is a playground for his mind, a space where ideas roam free, evolve, and solidify into guiding principles. Writing also serves as a release valve for his emotions. Anger, frustration, sorrow, these feelings find their way onto the page, transformed from chaotic thoughts into coherent narratives. It's a catharsis, a way to cleanse his mind and soul, leaving him feeling lighter, more centered. The beauty of journaling lies in its simplicity and honesty. There's no need for grand words or elaborate phrases. Marcus writes as he feels, raw and unfiltered. Some entries are long and detailed, others are brief, almost cryptic. It depends on the day, the mood, the need. This variability adds a human touch, making the practice feel alive and dynamic. As the evening turns to night, Marcus finishes his entry with a sense of closure. He might write a final thought, a question to ponder, or simply a word of gratitude. Closing the journal, he feels a sense of calm. The thoughts that once swirled in his mind are now neatly contained within the pages, giving him peace. So, next time you sit down to journal, think of Marcus Aurelius. Let your thoughts flow freely, embrace the process, and find your own truths. Journaling isn't just about recording life, it's about understanding it, learning from it, and growing through it. It's your personal dialogue with the universe, a way to connect with your inner self, just as Marcus did every day. Number 14. Contemplating mortality. Imagine Marcus Aurelius, sitting quietly as the first light of dawn filters through his window. The world is just waking up, and the city's usual clamor is but a distant murmur. In this tranquil moment, Marcus turns his thoughts to one of the most profound aspects of his philosophy, mortality. It's a practice that grounds him, reminding him of the finite nature of life. Marcus begins by reflecting on the impermanence of all things. He considers the ebb and flow of life, the rise and fall of empires, the fleeting nature of human existence. This isn't a morbid fascination but a deeply grounding exercise. He understands that by acknowledging the temporary nature of life, he can better appreciate the present moment. It's like seeing a beautiful flower and knowing it will wither, which makes its current beauty all the more precious. In his meditations, Marcus often ponders the legacy he will leave behind. He isn't obsessed with fame or glory but with the impact of his actions. What will people remember about his reign? More importantly, how will his decisions affect the future generations? These thoughts guide his actions, ensuring that he leads with wisdom and integrity. By contemplating his mortality, Marcus aims to live a life that echoes with purpose and virtue. Marcus also considers the universality of death. It doesn't discriminate, it comes for emperors and commoners alike. This realization fosters a sense of humility and equality. In the grand tapestry of existence, everyone plays a part, no matter how big or small. Recognizing this shared fate, Marcus feels a deep connection to humanity. It's a reminder that in the face of death, all the titles and accolades fall away, leaving only the essence of who we are. This daily contemplation isn't just a solitary exercise. It shapes how Marcus interacts with others. He approaches relationships with a sense of urgency and tenderness, knowing that time is limited. He strives to be present, to listen deeply, and to cherish the people around him. Every encounter becomes a chance to connect on a deeper level, to create memories that outlast the fleeting moments. Sometimes, Marcus imagines his own death. It sounds grim, but for him, it's a way to strip away the superficial layers of life. He envisions his final moments, what thoughts might cross his mind, what regrets might linger. This mental exercise isn't about fear but clarity. It helps him prioritize what truly matters. Petty grievances fade away, replaced by a focus on love, duty, and virtue. Contemplating mortality also infuses Marcus's life with a sense of gratitude. Each day, each breath becomes a gift. The simple joys, a warm meal, a beautiful sunrise, the laughter of a loved one, are savored with a deeper appreciation. By keeping the end in sight, Marcus finds more meaning in the beginning and the middle. As the day unfolds, these reflections stay with him. They influence his decisions, his interactions, his very way of being. Contemplating mortality isn't a practice confined to a specific time, it's a thread woven throughout his life, reminding him to live fully, to lead wisely, and to love deeply. So, take a page from Marcus Aurelius's book. Spend a few moments each day contemplating your own mortality. Let it guide you to what truly matters, infuse your life with purpose, and remind you to cherish the present. It's not about fearing the end, but about making the most of the journey. Embrace this practice, and find in it the same grounding and inspiration that Marcus did every single day. Number 15. Balancing work and rest. Picture Marcus Aurelius, rising early with the first light of dawn. His mind sharp and ready to tackle the challenges of the day. But unlike many of us who dive headfirst into the chaos, Marcus understands the importance of balance. He knows that to be effective, he must navigate the fine line between relentless work and the essential rest his body craves. Marcus starts his day with a clear structure. He allocates time for crucial tasks, whether it's strategizing with his generals or addressing the needs of his people. Each moment is deliberate, each action thoughtful. But he's not about cramming his schedule to the brim. No, Marcus knows the value of pacing himself. He tackles his duties with intensity, yet allows himself to step back and breathe. Midday, Marcus takes a pause. This isn't a quick break to check off a list, but a genuine respite. He might walk through his garden, soaking in the tranquility of nature. The birds' songs, the rustle of leaves, the gentle breeze, these moments are his sanctuary. It's in these pauses that he finds clarity, his mind unwinding and his thoughts settling into a calm rhythm. Afternoons often bring the toughest challenges. Diplomatic meetings, decisions that could alter the course of history, personal dilemmas, it's a whirlwind. Yet, Marcus approaches them with a composed mind. Why? Because he intersperses his day with brief intermissions. A quiet moment to sip water, a stretch to ease his muscles, a deep breath to center his thoughts. These microbreaks are his secret weapons, maintaining his focus and energy. As evening approaches, Marcus shifts gears. The hustle of the day gives way to a more reflective pace. He spends time with loved ones, engages in light reading, or perhaps delves into his journal. These activities aren't just about winding down, they're about nourishing his soul. Connecting with people, immersing himself in literature, reflecting on his day, these are the threads that weave his life together, grounding him in what truly matters. When night falls, Marcus knows the day isn't quite over until he's taken time for himself. He practices mindfulness, maybe through quiet meditation or simply by sitting in stillness, letting the day's events flow through his mind without clinging to them. This practice of reflection is his way of processing, understanding, and letting go. It's a mental cleanse, preparing him for a restful night's sleep. Speaking of sleep, Marcus treats it as sacred. He understands that rest isn't a luxury but a necessity. His sleeping quarters are simple yet comfortable, designed to promote peace and tranquility. The cares of the world are set aside, and he allows himself to drift into a deep, restorative sleep. In this restful state, his body heals, his mind rejuvenates, and he wakes ready to face another day. Balancing work and rest isn't about rigid schedules or strict rules for Marcus. It's an art, a dance between effort and ease. He listens to his body, honors his limits, and embraces the ebb and flow of life. By doing so, he maintains his strength, sharpens his mind, and keeps his spirit light. So, take a leaf from Marcus Aurelius's playbook. Structure your day with intention, but don't forget to pause, breathe, and unwind. Let your work be meaningful and your rest be deep. Balance isn't about doing it all, it's about doing what's essential with grace and wisdom. Embrace this balance, and you'll find a rhythm that sustains you, just as it did for the Stoic emperor. And there you have it, 50 Stoic rules to help you navigate life with a bit more grace and a lot more resilience. Remember, it's not about perfection, it's about progress. Every step you take towards embracing these principles is a step towards a calmer, more focused you. So, next time life gets a little chaotic, just think back to these Stoic rules and remind yourself that you've got this. Thanks for sticking around till the end. If you found these tips helpful, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more insights on living a better, more fulfilling life. Drop a comment below on which rule resonated with you the most. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Until next time, stay strong, stay stoic, and keep pushing forward. Catch you in the next video.